Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lords, a one-day cup match at the home of cricket, the Metro Bank in town. So too is Sussex to face Middlesex on the live enhanced stream. In association with Daffodil, I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me, Matt Kabir, Floyd. Floyd, good to have you back alongside me. Second game in, back at Lords. Where else would you want to be on a Sunday morning?
Yeah. And we're going to get a good crowd in, by all accounts. Quite a few coming in already. It's a perfect Sunday, isn't it, for a bit of cricket, and a good opportunity to see some of the younger members of the Middlesex squad. We saw some good performances, didn't we? Individual performances in the loss to a strong Somerset side, particularly Josh De Carey's, who looks set for his first professional 100 and then got a slightly dodgy decision, we'll say. LBW.
Diplomatically put, Floydie.
Slightly, yeah. Jack Davis as well looked very good, didn't he, coming in at number 5. So some positive performances, but they lost the game. So, it is important to get your first win early in this competition. We've got groups of 8, you've got to finish in the top 3, so there's not much room for manoeuvre. Those are the two teams. So one change for Middlesex, Jamie Feldman coming in. What are we expecting from Jamie today?
Yeah, well, he impressed in the T20, the youngster. Came in having just signed his first contract with Middlesex, picked up a couple of wickets in the one blast game that he played down at Cardiff. He's replaced Josh Little, who played in the game on Wednesday, but rested and rotated out of this one. No rest and rotation for Toby Rowland-Jones. No real surprise there at the home of cricket. He will, hopefully for Middlesex, be a main man this morning. I think that was something that Ben Geddes didn't reflect on it too much at stumps, but it felt like the 11 o'clock start at Radlett the other day. It felt like that ball was doing a little bit more in the morning than it was in the afternoon. We were about to find out if it's the same here at Lords today. The Sharks then to open up, Ibrahim on strike, and Rowland-Jones from the pavilion end. And there we go, straight away up the slope, bit of bounce, bit of movement, and no surprise, a couple of slips, Floyd.
Yeah, real bounce on that first delivery. We're playing quite far over on the square today. It's a very short boundary over towards the mound stand side. Don't often play this far to the left as we're looking at it from the media centre, so it'll be interesting to see how this pitch plays, but early signs good with that bounce.
Running behind that one. Ibrahim, plenty of action today in the One Day Cup, but all the focus for us, of course, here on the live stream is at Lords. So yeah, that Sharks side, Haynes, Ibrahim, Clark, Hudson Prentice, John Simpson, the wicket-keeper captain, back at Lords, Ollie Carter, Danny Lamb, Jack Carson, Archie Lenham, Harry Carvelis and Harry Crocombe. It's a pretty strong Sharks lineup. Similarly for Middlesex, though, a lot of people with points to prove, I think, in the Middlesex side. A couple who would have had an eye on the 100 but missed out. It looks a gorgeous track up there, doesn't it? From our elevation, Floyd, I'd say there's a slight hint of green. It's mostly a straw colour, though, isn't it? You can see it. There we go. It's a lovely looking surface, good pace and bounce already, as we've seen. So no real surprise to win the toss and field.
And you can see on that image there just how far across we are on the square. So there's the short boundary on your left towards the mound stand. That's what the bowlers will be trying to defend today, but it's not going to be easy. Got to get your lengths right.
Angled in, first one really challenging the pads. Movement there is off the surface, single taken. Sharks are up and running. 3-wicket win against Kent for them on Thursday. Middlesex that defeat, as you were mentioning, Floydie, on Wednesday. But Kent posting 287 for 9 in the game. A wonderful Arundel Castle. Top scoring for Kent with 52 of that 287 for 9. 3 wickets for Hudson Prentice, a couple for Carvelis and a couple for Lamb as well. And one slip for Haynes now as the field just changes slightly, a delay from Rowland-Jones. Got deep backward point with that short boundary to the offside. Straight away back onto the spot. Yeah, the Sharks 288 for 7, so just a narrow one in the end. Carson with an unbeaten 50 and Lenham with an unbeaten 45. After Cohen opened up with 4 for 65 for Kent, 2 for 60 for Class, and he looked in pretty good shape when Sussex were 53 for 4.
Beautiful ground, Arundel as well, isn't it? I reckon it's probably in my top 3 grounds in this country, I reckon.
One of the spots finish end of the first day. For one without loss, then. Oh, go on, then. You've got to give us the other 2.
I said that, and then I suddenly realised I hadn't actually thought of the other 2. I can give you one of them.
Sandwich in Kent was pretty good, wasn't it?
I've not been there. Never went there. Wormsley. Wormsley's definitely in my top 3. The Getty Estate. I'd say Arundel, and I'll have a think about the third. Lords.
Remember who's playing us today, Floydie? Well, there's a few people here that think this is a pretty good ground as well. There's the prospect that we might have quite a large attendance today. We'll see how it goes across the day. But at 8:45 this morning, there were 5 members queuing outside the Grace Gate to get in ready for their positions in the pavilion.
Well, the pavilion's already filling up nicely, isn't it? You can see they're coming in very early in the game, so that's going to just grow and grow, that crowd. Maybe didn't quite require the early get up and queue, but if you want to get your favourite seat, that's what you got to do.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised when I saw that this morning, but word had clearly got around that it was going to be a very, very busy day here at Lord's. There's some estimations of 5,000 potentially in for this one, which would be quite extraordinary. That's half the number that would have been here for the 2016 title win on that final day against Yorkshire, when everybody was heralding the 10,000 that came through the gate that day. Just slips out from Cornwall. It's a lovely put away from Ibrahim.
And that's the problem with bowling from the nursery end. It's low full toss, but any width, right-hander's just going to pounce on. And once you get through the infield, it's just going to race away. It's so close to boundary there. So that's the key really for Cornwall to the right-hander, is not giving that width. Trying to bowl stump to stump.
That's a lovely follow-up. Straight through the gate, but just missing the top of off.
It's nipped off the seam rather than swing. Maybe a hint of swing in the air as well. Lovely delivery. He looked around as well. I thought you might have got a little feather there, but nothing.
Starting leg side and a bit of shape through the air on that one for sure. Yeah, the attendance on the first day this season across the country, really, there was a lot of talk, wasn't there? Old Trafford, first day of the season, Headingley, the Oval, I think, topped it in terms of the attendances, but somewhere around 4,000 were here for the opening day of the season against Lancashire. In the Championship, it was a really promising start to the season. If it does get up around that kind of 5,000 number today, even 3 or 4, it would mark another really good day for the counties.
Well, what I love about this tournament is that you get a real mix of young players coming through, young talents. Your first opportunity in a lot of cases to see them on this stage. But you also get a few old heads in there, don't you? Just sort of sprinkled in. You've got Sam Robson here today. Hasn't played a load of white ball cricket in his career.
Oh, width. There was movement in the air, but it started wide enough. Haynes hammers it through the covers for 4.
He hit this pretty hard. And this went up the hill. The long boundary went over the rope pretty comfortably. I'm sure that would have been high up on the list of deliveries that he would have liked to have received in his first over, Tom Haynes. There's the nice away swinging half volley. And he just absolutely crushed that through the offside. So Haynes, again, he's one of the more experienced players, isn't he, for Sussex? So they've got, I mean, Ibrahim is only 21, started when he was a teenager.
Stands up tall to that one. It's a lovely stroke. Might just make it. It's up the hill all the way, as you were mentioning, Floydie. Right into the gap there. It's a long chase for Brooks. And 3 in the end for Ibrahim.
That's a long throw for Henry Brooks as well. Good arm on him. Got it all the way to Jack Davies, pretty much by the stumps. But yeah, you're going to have to hit it hard to score a 4 up there. It was a very nice back foot punch, wasn't it? Controlled.
That's a lovely push. Got fully through with it though, watchful the length. Wasn't quite there to go too hard at it.
Yeah, and just going back to that point I was making about the young and the old playing together, a sprinkling of the veterans in there for every team really. So for Middlesex, you know, how important is it for the likes of Josh DeCaries and Jack Davies to play with Sam Robson? Likewise with the bowlers and Toby Rowland-Jones. I just think that this tournament has that, doesn't it? You saw with Somerset the other day, Jack Leach played, didn't he? Jack Leach played for Somerset. And if you're a young spinner in the Somerset squad, to have him there, even though he's not necessarily a white ball specialist, just to have him in the dressing room, so vital to your development.
Yeah, I think that was one of the things, you know, there's obviously a lot of debate, wasn't there, about the scheduling and how it all works out, but I do think the counties have enough depth for most of them. Surrey fans, I'm sure, would heavily disagree right now. They've been desperately depleted by the hundreds, so their one-day cup side has really been quite a youthful one, and quite difficult to get that side together for the last couple of years. But for Middlesex, you go through this side, it's a pretty strong 11. Now, it's just gone away a little bit from Haynes. Length wasn't really there for it. Movement down the slope from Rowland-Jones, but I'm not sure the length was there for the shot anyway. Certainly not at this stage, when you expect there'll still be a little bit of movement from the white ball. A new one at either end, so first 5 to 8 overs from either end, 16 or so in total. The bowlers can hope for some assistance, you know, through the air, off the surface, a little bit of hardness, a little bit of seam movement. 13 without loss after 3.
Yeah, you're right about Surrey. I looked at their side the other day and they have been decimated by their own success, really. That counts against you in this tournament if you've got loads of players playing in the 100. But Middlesex have got 7 players at the 100 as well, haven't they? Lewis Deploy, Eskenazi, Zafar Gohar, Helm, Higgins, Holden and Kane Williamson, of course. So that opens up opportunities, and it's also very hard to judge the strengths of sides in this tournament. Because you just don't know how strong a side's going to look like until the start of it, really. So I definitely found that last year as well. You wouldn't have predicted the likes of Glamorgan to go as far as they did. Leicestershire, both of those sides in the semi-finals. Glamorgan won it. But that's what makes it interesting as well, is that it's not necessarily the bigger counties that are going to have the strongest squads.
Yeah, I reckon that's probably the most Middlesex have had since the start of the 100 in terms of the numbers missing. But the emergence of Cornwell, Sharma, Cowshall, Blake Cullen's injured at the moment. Players who would be really pushing for a place in this one. And as you said at the top there, Feldman comes in for Little, who again had Little played this one, then it really is quite a formidable attack with Brooks, who was a 100 player, so was Cracknell at one point. Holman and Geddes probably a little disappointed to miss out on a call-up this year. I know Mark Stoneman, who was skipper for Middlesex last year, now down with Hampshire. He was very disappointed that Middlesex didn't make it out of the group. He felt they had a very good chance and just didn't quite perform as they should have done. And that maybe slightly will go on. Same on Wednesday against Somerset. We mentioned Josh de Carys is very unlucky with the decision. He was in the 70s. He looked well set for a century that might well have elevated that first innings well up and above 300. That gets through. It's a short boundary. It's down the slope. Jack Davies with the earnest attempt to get after that one. It was always going to beat him.
I mean, it's almost right off the toe end of the bat, isn't it? That just shows all you have to do on that side, get it through the infield, and Jack Davies was never going to catch up with that. It's like just over pitching slightly, just a little bit too much width. It's going to be very hard for the bowlers today from both ends.
Yeah, you can certainly see a batter getting in today and targeting that short boundary, particularly when these two new balls, one from either end, get soft later in the innings. The deployment of the spinners will be particularly interesting today with that short boundary. Little clip of something, no, wide signals. Umpire long.
He's got the odd one to swing so far, Cornwell, but he's just got his line slightly wrong when it has swung. They've just been swinging down the leg side. Did get that one to nip off the seam to go in between bat and pad to Ibrahim. If he can just want to swing through the air and get the line right, could cause some problems here.
End of the fourth, 20 without loss. Sussex, who finished 6th in the South group of the Blast. Middlesex are 8th, 3 wins, 9 defeats, 6 wins for the Sharks, 7 defeats, but only 2 places above Middlesex. Nice looking shot, but straight to extra cover. Josh de Carey's there. Yeah, they were only 1 win away from that 4th spot, which was taken by Kent. Morgan 28 in between the two. Incredibly tight South group as it was. Chipped straight to mid-on and a dolly. Little bit of movement on that one for Roland Jones. Haynes got himself into a bad position and couldn't check the shot in the end. A comfortable catch for the skipper, Geddes. Middlesex have their breakthrough.
Just wonder if Tom Haynes was just trying to hit this a bit squarer into the gap between mid-on and square leg, and he just got a bit too much bat on it, really, and it just popped up to mid-on. Simple catch for Geddes. Bit of a bonus, I think, that for Middlesex, and for Roland Jones, they'll take it. Good way to get on the board. You could just see Haynes was looking to get on with it, couldn't you? He was driving on the up, previous delivery. He's gone for 5 off 12, 20 for 1 of 4.2 overs. That's a bit of a blow for Sussex. He is the experienced batter at the top of the order. Got Tom Clark as well. John Simpson, who we all know very well. But I would say, looking at this Sussex lineup, maybe the batting is a little bit thin once you get past the top 4. Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to bat up the order, I think. So an opening for Middlesex, and it is going to be Clark to come in. Another experienced left-hander replaces Haynes.
Yeah, it was a soft one, wasn't it? We'll have another look at the end of the over. I think you're absolutely right. He was looking to access that leg side, wasn't he? I just wondered, just a little bit of movement away from him, forcing him to keep that bat face open. We'll have a look again now. Just a little bit on him. I think, as you say, he was looking to close that face. It didn't happen, and he ended up chipping it to Geddes. It's the danger against the new ball, particularly against Roland Jones, still running in hard as ever from the pavilion end. Single gets Clark off the mark.
Yeah, I said one experienced batter replaced by another. Haynes is actually only 26 and Clark 24, but they've played quite a lot of cricket already at those ages. It's amazing how in cricket you can very quickly become a veteran or an experienced player just as long as you've played the number of games.
Oh, that's very tight, and it's gone. Not a great deal of doubt there, as long as there was no bat involved. Pinned in front, Ibrahim, and a couple in the over for Roland Jones.
Nothing lucky about this one. This was a great bit of bowling from Toby Roland Jones. I think he might have beat Ibrahim for pace as well, really. Don't often see that from Toby these days, but it nipped in, and he was late on it, Ibrahim. That just crushed into the pad, and that is absolutely plumb, isn't it? Batter didn't even look at the umpire, and the umpire's finger went up so quickly, and rightly so. So a little bang bang for Middlesex in this 5th over has just changed the complexion of this first innings. 12 or 15 for Ibrahim. Don't think he looked that comfortable despite a couple of boundaries through the offside on the shorter side. Roland Jones rolling back the years. That is his mode of dismissal, isn't it, Handy? Just that ball nipping into the right-hander. We've seen it so many times. Protect those pads.
Yeah, exactly that. He's the master at the pavilion end, right arm over the wicket. Just that little bit of nip down the slope. And well, we did see the first one this morning for a nip up the slope, didn't we? With a bit of bounce from Roland Jones. And at that point, he thought, oh, this could be an interesting morning. And well, that's how I felt it played out at Radlett. Just felt there was a little bit more in it. Geddes not making that excuse at stumps, though. Just saying, Middlesex were marginally light and marginally off with the ball. And Somerset making them play. A big smile this morning, though, for Roland Jones. Still a massive player for the county, having handed over the captaincy to Elias Deploy in the Championship. Deploy's also taken on the T20 side from Eskenazi. One of those 7 away at the 100. So Geddes in charge of this, but very much a senior lieutenant, Roland Jones. Hudson-Prentice, who went up to Derbyshire. Back at Sussex. Really strong performer, the all-rounder. Elevated at 4 up the order. John Simpson, who you mentioned, Floydie in at 5. It was a game a few years back here. It was a rare one-day cup, whatever it was called then. I think it was the one-day cup, but success for Middlesex. They got into a playoff against Lancashire here. That's a brilliant piece of fielding. That would have been close.
Let's go for 4 overthrows here. Bit of Ben Stokes action. Would you believe it? I think that might have been out. It was a brilliant bit of fielding by Holman. Misses the stumps, and then it looks like it hits Clark on the leg. He dropped his bat, and it's just ballooned over towards the mound stand for 4 overthrows. Extraordinary. Have a look here on this angle. A bit of hesitation. Holman does really well, gets his throw in. He's out, he's short of his crease. Oh, it hits him on the arm. That's painful. Yeah, it looks like the... Oh, is it the... Maybe it's the hip, actually. Yeah, because he's limping. Either way, he's gone for 4 overthrows. So 5 in total for Hudson Prentice. That just took me back to 2019, right here. World Cup final.
I'm hoping Kane Williamson isn't tuned in right now. Morning, Kane. Right into the block hole from Cornwell.
Even though that didn't work out, obviously, and they got 5 off that delivery, it does feel like the first wicket has just got Middlesex up in the field here. The energy looks good. Hudson Prentice, as you say, is not someone who's accustomed to batting in the top 4. He's a good, solid all-rounder, but usually you'd say he comes in at 6 or 7. So he's having to fill a hole here to keep Simpson, I would imagine, at number 5. He does average 38 with the bat in this format. No 100, 650s.
Oh, so close.
He's done brilliantly well there, Hudson Prentice. Look at this. This might have been heading back towards the stumps. He's slightly late on it, and then, yeah, maybe he would have been okay. I think it was just missing leg stump. It was, but he did well anyway, just to make sure and not fall on his stumps. As long as you don't do a Graham Gooch there and use your hand, which you can't do.
Oh, lovely follow-up. Pressure's on here for the Sharks.
Very nice from Cornwell. If you can get the ball to swing and then the odd one just pushed across like that, whether you're trying to swing it or not, just a bit of natural variation, very important. And that's actually seamed away as well. Good period here for Middlesex. Can they strike again?
Good start. He's tumbling. Just like his father in the field.
I think Mike Atherton will take that, probably, that bit of fielding. It was a good bit of fielding, actually, because on the short side, even though it's just a push, had it got through, there might have been another 4. Those fans in the shade there. It's quite warm today. It feels like we've got another heat wave on the way. I think it's going to be, what, 29 or something tomorrow.
Oh, now Marilyn Jones is certainly getting it to move.
far away was this? Probably a good 6 inches or so. Got across his stumps, but still, I'd be nervous as a right-hander with Roland Jones. I'd be constantly thinking about my off stump, protecting it.
Holds its line, just pushing him back. Dean Wilson was in attendance on Wednesday for the game against Somerset. He was making sure, just in case Michael Atherton was tuned in for Josh Batton, that he got a few pelters into Athers. Desperate lunge from Takaris, but leg buys away down the leg side.
It's probably the first time really in this spell that Roland Jones has just got his line slightly wrong. Maybe just going for that magic delivery through the gate, and he's just pushed it down the leg side a little bit. Don't see that too often from him. Looking at the two groups, Kevin, I know I just mentioned it before, and it's such a hard tournament to judge this as to who are the strong sides. You kind of need to see a couple of games before you can really figure it out. But just wonder if Middlesex are in the slightly stronger group. Yorkshire, Somerset, Durham, Sussex, Kent, Warwickshire, Northamptonshire and Lancashire. The other group, Gloucestershire, Hampshire, Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire, Worcestershire, Derbyshire, Glamorgan, Essex, Surrey. And with Surrey, as we saw, significantly weakened because of the 100. I think that takes a big team out of that. Just wonder, we saw Somerset, they looked strong, didn't they? Despite having a few players in the 100, they've got quite a bit of depth. Just wonder if Middlesex are in the slightly stronger group.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say. And a couple of tough trips coming up, Chesterley Street and Rugby School this week for Middlesex. I think it will be a fair task, the one they'll certainly be hoping they can take a win out of this one. Good to see just coffees on show so far on a Sunday morning.
Yeah, I'd quite like to see the stats on that, actually, on a Saturday. Is there a lot more booze consumed than there is on a Sunday? You'd think so, wouldn't you? Percentage of drinks bought, maybe a high percentage of coffees on a Sunday.
I mean, I guess it could have been an Irish coffee, but a bit too warm for that today.
Yeah, it's not the weather. It's a great day for it, though, isn't it? And this is the only game at Lord's in the One Day Cup for Middlesex, so one of your last opportunities to see some white ball cricket here. Of course, we'll be back for some county championship action once that resumes, but This is the perfect day to come down and watch if you're in the area.
Nearly there, isn't it? Slowly filling up from the start. What have we had? 30 minutes, and has started to pack out.
Well, it's games like this, if you're a member, you know, it's a great opportunity really to sort of have the run of the place really. It won't be completely packed like it is for a test match. So you can probably get into seats that you wouldn't normally sit in and areas that are quite hard to get into. So it's a good opportunity to make the most of your membership, isn't it? Go to the bowler's bar and various other spots that maybe are quite hard to get to for an England game. A little bit of hesitation there. Tom Clark wanted a quick single, quickly sent back by Hudson Prentice. 33 for 2 off 8 overs.
And you're peering through the porthole there. I think that's a lovely, lovely little spot. You can just lean with a drink on that balcony there, and you're perfectly in line. It's the perfect viewing spot for today, right over the bowler's arm. Shape on that again, but it swings into the slot. Leaning into that one, a lovely shot from Hudson Prentice.
Gorgeous cover drive. This just punchy, wasn't it? Not a big flourish, just hit the gap right at the screws. That will ease any nerves for Hudson Prentice. They'd have got a good view of that shot in that members bar. You're right, Andy, that's a great spot, isn't it? Really is. And for where the track is today, it's the ideal spot, and you're right above the home dressing room as well, so you can probably hear a few conversations below. That's always good.
What do you reckon's on the Merton menu today? Brain teasers he posing his colleagues in the dressing room. Saw him yesterday, he was in good form, talking about his beloved Liverpool. Starting their title defence on Friday against Bournemouth. They're in action today, of course, just around the corner, aren't they, at Wembley? Yeah, Charity Shield today against Crystal Palace, isn't it? It's away in front of the short fine leg. That short boundary. Either side of the sweeper, it's always going to be 4.
Yeah, and with fine leg up as well. Bit of a freebie, really. Second time that he's just pushed it down the leg side, Roland Jones. This time, Hudson Prentice gets some bat on it. Just shows you really little margin for error at either end with that short boundary. There's Murtagh. Got some cool shades on in the middle there. Dane Villas, interim head coach, alongside him. And right above them, you can be in the bowler's bar, just having a little listen.
Mercer's clearly bored Dane about the football already, hasn't he? 41 for 2 after 9. Yeah, I was going to mention that match a few years ago for John Simpson here against Lancashire, the playoff match. Middlesex got out of the group. They're in a playoff against Lancashire to go, I can't remember if it was semi-finals at that stage or straight into the final from the playoff, but they got themselves into an awful position, 4 or 5 down really early on. Simpson in very early with James Harris. I think that day remains Harris's only century. I think he's got a first-class century yet, Harris. I'll double-check that. He might have done now, but yeah, century for Harris that day against Lancashire. Simpson going big as well. They recovered from something like 25 for 5 it was that morning. Really tough start. Again, short fine leg up with that short boundary. Below Father Time, unless you hit in the sweeper, it's 4.
Bit of a loosener first ball from Cornwell. Down the hill. Just got to be so wary of that. Couple of freebies in the last couple of overs, just easing the pressure a little bit on Sussex.
Height. Excitement behind the stumps. Cornwell not interested.
Decked in significantly actually and bounced. That'll give some encouragement to Cornwell. I've just looked up James Harris's stats for you. You're right, 1 century in List A cricket. Not in first class cricket. 87 not out was his best. 1950s he got though in first class cricket without a century. I can't believe he's still going, isn't he? James Harris. Played recently in a List A game in this competition for Glamorgan against Hampshire. Actually only 35, James Harris, because he started so young, didn't he? 16, I think.
He took his first fifer, didn't he, in first class cricket before he'd finished his GCSEs. I remember that making the headlines at the time, and everybody was raving about Harris, that he was going to be next in line. In fact, when he arrived at Middlesex, Andrew Strauss compared him to a young Jimmy Anderson, but the word was that the ECB didn't think he was quick enough. And then he bulked up, he changed his action. Just didn't quite work out for him after that. But he does still have the second best bowling figures here at Lord's post-war for a Middlesex bowler, and the second best figures by a Middlesex bowler anywhere, behind a certain Richard Johnson, who took 10 for 45. Sorry, John, I thought it was 44. 10 for 45, I'm sure it was, at Derby. Took a 9 for here against Durham. James Harris, brilliant spell of bowling. Only Gubby Allen has a better spell of bowling here.
Were you here for that game?
I was. It was mad. It was a gale force storm was hitting the country from behind the pavilion. It was blowing straight in from behind the pavilion, and Harris was running up the hill into that wind. But it helped his shape that day, and he was buffeted so many times. Chest on, running in, had to restart his run up. But yeah, tore through Durham. It was a brilliant, brilliant spell of bowling.
Slightly different conditions today. Slightly better for batting, you feel. Through the first 10, 45 for 2. Means the field can spread a little bit, and probably quite rightly, Middlesex putting the fine leg back out to the boundary just to protect that flick off the pads. Also putting out a sweeper on the offside and a deep third, deep square leg.
Lovely ball. It's holding its line again.
Yeah, so kind of maybe just held its line a little bit, didn't it? Didn't really sort of go too much down the hill. Maybe that's what Hudson Prentice was expecting. Didn't quite get the movement in he was hoping for. I would be tempted to not have a sweeper on the offside here and to keep attacking a little bit. Because you almost want him to keep playing that shot, don't you? Want him to keep trying to punch you through the offside against Roland Jones in particular, with that ball nipping in.
How many did you go with here with Roland Jones at the start? Into his 6th now. There must be a temptation with that hard ball in hand that this is where he's going to be at his most lethal. Does he go through into a 7th? Maybe even 8th over. It's the single to the sweeper. Just found that scorecard from the Harrison-Simpson match against Lancashire. It was 2019. May indeed, an early start for the One Day Cup then in 2019. Lancashire were batting first, posted 304 for 4, Jennings 96. Certain Dane Villas with an unbeaten 70. Helm 2 for 51. Middlesex were reduced to 24 for 5. James Anderson and Saqib Mahmood doing the damage, but Harris is 117 as you looked up Floydian. 74 for Simpson. It was a List A 6th wicket record for Middlesex, 197 the stand, but they fell just short, 20 runs shy of the target. Semi-final it was, but I've got a feeling that although it's dubbed as a semi-final, I'm pretty sure there was something along with the way it was made up that year that it was virtually a playoff as opposed to a semi-final. You might ask what's the difference, but I think the other team had already qualified through.
Well, these days in the One Day Cup, it's almost like a IPL style playoff system, isn't it? If you come 2nd or 3rd, you go into effectively quarter-final, semi-final. If you finish top of the group, you go straight through to the semi-final, which I think is quite a fair way of doing it, actually. I don't mind that. I think you should be rewarded for where you finish in the group phase. Quite like the IPL system of the eliminator, and if you finish in the top 2, you get 2 bites at the cherry to get to the final.
Get into the over, 11 done, 47 for 2. Yeah, you're right, actually, I've just found it there. It was a One Day Cup playoff. It set up a semi-final against the then holders Hampshire for Lancashire. producer's telling us to have a look at the kid climbing. I'm more interested in what they're eating. What's the snacks? Choc ice at the back there. Mum was being healthy though. It looked like fruit in the bag.
There's plenty of time for the choc ice later, isn't it? You have the fruit first, then you're going to have it. Otherwise, you're not going to have it, are you?
Took me too long in life to realise that. You eat your greens first, don't you? Otherwise, you're never going to eat them.
Henry Brooks, looking forward to seeing him bowl, actually. He turned out for my club, Hampstead Cricket Club, the other day. Yep. Got a couple of wickets, I think. And now he's back where he belongs, which is out at the home of cricket. Round the wicket to start with.
Yeah, he was the most economical of Middlesex's bowlers on Wednesday. Bowled really, really well. One for 43 off 8.3 for Brooks. Bowled loose. Goldsworthy for 38. Next most economical after the fives of Brooks was 5.9 of Cornwell, 2 for 59. Lost his place in the championship side, didn't he? But this is his chance now. And of course, Brooks was a man who made his name in the 100.
No, I don't want to call out Cricinfo because I think it's a very good website, but according to Cricinfo, Joe Cracknell opened the bowling. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 19. So I'm sure Joe would probably take that economy rate, wouldn't he, on his stats, but might well be changed that, I think. Back to Noah Cornwell. Ever seen Joe Cracknell bowl?
No, I was going to say he's good crackers, but he's not that good.
I'm not sure I've seen him bowl either, even in club cricket. Maybe he does bowl a bit. I'm sure he's got something in his locker. I'm imagining off spin. Looks like he bowls darts.
Yeah, Brooks, he took 5 for 25 as his best bowling in a 100 match, and that's when he really grabbed the attention. It's clocked at 90 miles an hour at one point. 25 now and rebuilding a bit with Middlesex. And it looks like he'd nicked it, but up the hill it goes. For all the world, it looked like he'd edged it.
Wow, my eyes must be going, because I was convinced this was a massive edge. You can see there, it's nowhere near the bat. That has seemed a long way, hasn't it? And bounced up the hill. Incredible. Almost like an off break around the wicket. Just to the naked eye, looked like a big, thick edge, simple catch, off you go.
I'll whisper it, but off the back of the performance on Wednesday, and equally just in that opening over there, that's a little bit more like the Brooks that Middlesex had identified, the potential they'd identified from those early days with Warwickshire. Made a really promising start to the season in the game here against Lancashire, actually, opening game. Mentioned that crowd of 4,000 or so that were in that first day. Lancashire had a really strong day with the bat, but Middlesex despite not picking up the wickets, were able to keep the economy down at 2.5 as Lancashire racked up 400 in the innings. Actually keeping them at a slow rate just kept them in check and were able to rattle through some wickets at the end. But Brooks was part of a quartet with Roland Jones and Higgins and Blake Cullen. The fact that Cullen and Brooks were able to maintain that economy of 2.5 was a real feather in the cap at that point for the coaching staff, who felt like they'd just got something going. But I'd say he's lost his place in the side since then, Brooks, and Cullen sadly picking up some injuries out of the side. This man's free of injuries though, and of course he, more than many others anyway, over the years has really been plagued cruelly. The shoulders, the hips, the knee as well.
Quite a long spell from Toby, isn't it? Into his 7th. I suppose once he's going, just get as much as you can out of him. Not likely to use him much at the death, so why not? I wonder if he'll even bowl an 8th, you never know.
Yeah, I had to say I'd be tempted to go with the 8th here, because I do think he'd be far more of a threat at the beginning for Middlesex. You've got Brooks, who's bowling nicely at the moment. Cornwell as well at the left armour. And young Feldman, he had a tough start in his opening over down at Cardiff, but he came back with a couple of wickets before that T20 was done.
Just fallen into a bit of a holding pattern, hasn't it, this innings in the last few overs. Batter's nudging it around with the field spread. Tony Roland Jones just had a few words there with Tom Clark. Wonder what he said. He's not normally someone to chirp too much, but didn't look too happy.
And a 13th, 51 for 2 Sussex.
Look at that. Beautiful sight, always. The Lord's Pavilion in the sunshine. Atmosphere looks nice in there. That's about the perfect level of busy, I reckon, for the pavilion. You can get around, enjoy it. Got a few in the boxes as well. Warner stand is filling up a little bit. And quite a few in the shade as well over on the mound side. Yeah, Cricket Info still saying Joe Cracknell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 19. We're just trying to figure out if Joe Cracknell's ever bowled before for Middlesex, or even for his club, North Middlesex. We're doing a deep dive here. So he's not bowled for Middlesex, and apparently July 2018, according to Play Cricket, is the last time he had a bowl for his club, North Middlesex. 3 wickets in his club career, apparently. Still don't know what he bowls. It's a mystery. Anyone knows, let us know.
Had in my mind that he did bowl for Middlesex, but he didn't. It was Jack Davies who took the gloves off. Can't remember who it was against now. It probably was a Kookaburra game, wasn't it? Either this year or last. Bowled 9 balls, went for 12 runs.
Brooks has started pretty well here. Pretty tidy stuff. From around the wicket to the left-hander, not providing any width really. That's perfect, isn't it? Not much you can do as a batter with that kind of length, that kind of line angling in. Of course, if he drops short, immediately Clark's going to try and pull him to that short leg side boundary. He's got to make sure he gets his length spot on here, Brooks. This is a top start really, just conceded 2 from his first 11 balls, picking up where he left off in the first game. Yeah, might got away with one there. That was the short one down the leg side, which Clark will feel he's missed out on. He's struggling a bit here, Clark. 9 off 30. And the run rate is under 4, 3.64. So actually, since the field has gone out, they've struggled really to keep the score ticking over.
You mentioned those 7 absentees for Middlesex, the 100 at the moment. It's just going through the Sharks side that played Surrey. They lost that final group stage match, only missing out by 4 points on a top 4 finish and a place in the quarterfinals. Start of the 8th from Roland Jones, but a little bit of width, slightly over pitched as well. And sweeping up at cover point as they take a couple. Yeah, the only players that remain from that side that lost that final group stage match to Surrey are Tom Clark, John Simpson, Danny Lamb and Henry Crocombe. So George Thomas, Daniel Hughes, James Coles, Tom Alsop, Nathan McAndrew, Tamal Mills and Brad Curry with the 7 that were playing that final T20 game. That's a sweet pick-up. Oh, it goes all the way over square leg, back at the bottom tier.
A sign of real aggression in a few overs, and it's a nice pick-up in the end because it wasn't quite as full, even though he came down the track. Didn't quite get the length that he wanted, but it's such a short boundary there. He just went through with the shot, and that was well over the boundary line, wasn't it? I think it might have even gone into that tier, that first tier of boxes. I don't think he was anywhere near the middle of the bat either, but just went through with the shot. The first time that short boundary's really been targeted today.
I think Jack Davies is up there as you haven't looked. There he is. Go on, Davo. Left a bit, right a bit. To you, to me.
There he is, yeah, right by right by the scoreboard. Now he's got to go out again round the back of that scoreboard. Do you know what? We used to commentate there actually back in the day, didn't we? We used to sit underneath that scoreboard. We could have caught that. cricket's the only sport I can think of where you get a ridiculous scenario of like a player having to leave the field of play and try and retrieve the ball that you're playing with. Could you imagine in football if someone skied one into row Z and then had to go and get it themselves?
Go on, Lionel. Cristiano, up you go.
You've got professional sportsmen like running around, like searching for a ball in amongst some seats. It's a kind of ridiculous scenario, isn't it?
Again from Roland Jones, crunched away. He's another old boy, still going well. Scored a hat-trick again on Friday, didn't he? Cristiano Ronaldo.
Did he? Who was that for?
Al Nassr, back in the warm. I don't know whether it was the first game of the Saudi Pro League.
Can't say I watch it, to be honest with you. Watch enough football as it is. Especially now the season's about to start over here, or it has started with the Championship and League One and League Two up and running.
Run away. Deep third, gets around fine.
Yeah, maybe we should have that in football. You know, if you kick the ball into the stands, miss a good opportunity, you've got to go and get it. With your football boots on, you've got to run up and get it. I mean, the problem is with the fans there, it'd be a bit unworkable, wouldn't it? But if it was not a very busy stadium, let's say. Just finding the middle of the bat more now, isn't he? Hudson Prentice. Those two shots through the offside, out the screws. 62 for 2 off 15. They've got that run rate above 4 now. Remember when it was a building site here when they were redoing the Compton and the Edrich stands. I remember a couple of balls being hit in there, and fielders have to go in there and run around the building site trying to find the ball, which took a while.
Brooks working up the pace.
That surprised Hudson Prentice, didn't it? That's the first bumper we've seen. Well timed as well by Henry Brooks. You could see Hudson Prentice just propping on that front foot. He had no idea the short ball was coming. That was nasty, right in at the armpit. Really well directed. Good bit of bowling by Brooks. Just one of those, isn't it? When sometimes you're not expecting the short ball and you're just thinking, right, I can prop forward here, and then you just see it, and the only thing you can do, like he did there, was just to sort of drop your shoulder to sort of take the impact. I guess that's what Chris Wokes was hoping to avoid. That's why he would have batted left-handed.
Just bringing his long leg around a little bit wider. Long leg and deep square tied to each other. Deep third and deep points on the offside. Yeah, go back to what you were saying about the demolition and rebuilds of the Compton and the Edrich. Remember one day here, as you say, we were all pushed over to the Warner stand on the other side of the ground, almost at what's currently a deep third, but there was so much dust coming up from the demolition one day that they had to create like a wall of water with a spray just to stop all the dust coming out towards the field of play. Extraordinary noise as well that was in the background of those games. That's what they look like now. Compton Shelton on the left as you look, Edrich on the right, which is the one in line. Looking busy on that bottom tier. Not too many ventured to the top. The lift's not working today. Oh, wow. That could have been horrible. Now, has Holman? He has. Now, let's hope this isn't too serious. It was one of those nasty, nasty moments when we all saw it coming. Collisions made. Where, though? Well, he looks okay. Obviously, there's been nasty ones over the years. Head collisions.
Yeah, this doesn't look great. I hope it's not head. Let's have a look. Hopefully see at this angle. It is, yeah. It's a boot to the face of Luke Holman, who was quite brave. He got up to try and get the ball and then suddenly realised, oh, I've just taken one right in the jaw, and he does look a bit stunned. I think physio on the way now. I suspect he'll have to have a concussion test here. Doesn't look too good.
No more Luke Holman moment than that, though, getting himself up from a blow like that, thinking about the ball first. He's quite the competitor. He's taken the blow there from the boot of a colleague. There you go.
And the good news is he's talking, so he seems like he's relatively compos mentis. But when you get hit at that sort of pace, you've got to go and get it checked. And it may be that he won't be able to return to the field as well. Does look a bit dazed, doesn't he?
Just stretching out the fingers on his bowling hand as well there, Holman. But Pete Waxman's the physio, just telling him to get a sub on for now. Smiles at the moment, though, fortunately. And plenty of chat as ever from Holman, which is good news. But yeah, fortunately no lacerations or anything, fortunately, it seems. No blood or anything from the blow. Because it was a really nasty one, wasn't it, as you said, with that boot. Just kicked up and hit him on the face.
It was one of those that you could see it happening, couldn't you? Because that ball was just perfectly in the gap between those two fielders who were both herring around. I suppose it could have been worse, really, in some ways.
That's a brilliant stop. Jack Davies, he's handed over the gloves to Cracknell in all formats at the moment, and there's his fellow keeper applauding the efforts with a big smile of Davies. There's a little bit of repair work to do for the surface. Debate as to whether it is the end of the over, but it is. There you go, a couple more added. 66 for 2, 16 bowled. Let's have a quick look at what's happening elsewhere. So here's Jamie Feldman on his list A debut, replacing Toby Rowland-Jones, pavilion end. 2 for 35 for the skipper, who's alongside him now, be able to help him through this spell. This is a really good moment for Feldman, replacing Rowland-Jones. Similar enough build. Reasonable pace about him as well. He's going to start around the wicket to Clark. A solid start on the spot. Oh, now dollied up and gone. He has a wicket with his second ball on his list A debut. Get it again. Brilliant catch, diving forward. It was always dying on him. Clark to pass for 10. Change of bowling. Just got tucked up by it. Wasn't there for the shot. It's a brilliant catch by Geddes. But yeah, completely mistimed, miscued that one. And there's the reaction of the youngster. Nothing wrong with the ball at all, just dropped fractionally short, and that's what Clark looked to get on too early, but perhaps too early in the spell of Feldman, who has his first wicket. Caught Geddes. Clark gone for 10. Sussex 66 for 3. Numberless at the moment. Feldman on his back. Here's John Simpson, Sussex captain. The side's promotion last year from Division 2. Leaving his old county down there in the second division. Going pretty nicely in Division 1 as well at the moment, Simpson. How will he go in the one-day cup against his old side? Again, he found himself in a tough position. 24 for 5 with Jimmy Harris in 2019 here. 66 for 3, not quite as perilous a position to recover from, but nonetheless up the order and in the mix. Turned 13. Turned 13? Turned 18. On the 13th of June. Yeah, that one blast match. 2 for 40. At Cardiff. It's a lovely line and length again, just push back down. Picked up the wicket of Kieran Carlson down at Cardiff for 49, bowled. Ben Kellaway caught deploy for 40, so 2 pretty decent wickets. Carlson was the first to go in the 7th over, it was his second ball. So it was his second ball? No, it wasn't. It was his second over. It was his second ball of his List A debut. It was his second ball of his second over in his T20 debut. But he got the wicket. Single 20 over, 17 done, 67 for 3.
Wicket maiden for Jamie Feldman to start off with. Just beating for pace, really. Really nice catch too, wasn't it, by Geddes. Bizarre, the ball moved his feet quickly. But yeah, that's one way to make up for taking out one of your teammates. Inadvertently, of course, just with a boot to the face. That'll make him feel a lot better. He's got a nice action, isn't he, really? I'd say similar to Seb Morgan, another young seamer coming through Middlesex's ranks that we saw earlier in the season. Nice rhythmical approach. Very good start.
Finds the gap. On bounce. Between deep square and long leg. First boundary for Simpson.
And the first freebie really that Henry Brooks has delivered, pounced on by Simpson. Looking forward to seeing John Simpson actually today. Such a good servant for Middlesex over the years. Slightly surprised he's not playing in the 100, I must say. No, he's at the back end of his career, but 37 years old now. He was called up as cover for the London Spirit for their first game, but not in the initial squad.
Now there was shape on that into the block hole from Brooks. Simpson equal to it.
This was a good delivery, wasn't it? A late in-swing. He's mixed it up well, Brooks, actually. That bouncer that he bowled earlier really caught Hudson Prentice by surprise, and that was another good surprise ball. It's a good start by Middlesex, this. I don't think there's anything wrong with this pitch. To have them 71 for 3 at this stage.
Nice. A typical Simpson drive, isn't it? So much bottom hand involved as well. A real punch through the covers.
Oh, what a punchy cover drive that was. That was middled, raced away, and poor old Luke Holman back on the pitch, having been kicked in the face. Immediately he's got to embark on a long chase. Now clearly he's not concussed, Holman. They let him come straight back on. Normally with a head injury they do have a long look, but Pete Waxman obviously happy that he's absolutely fine. I think he was more just stunned by the impact, and it was a little bit of a glancing blow, wasn't it, rather than, you know, a hard knee or something like that. It was a glancing blow which saved him, and that's really good news for Middlesex, because they're going to need Holman's overs today and possibly his runs down the order.
Oh, now overthrows, isn't it? No ball called as well against Brooks, a free hit.
Nathan Fernandez with a sharp bit of fielding there. There was a bit of hesitation actually from Simpson in particular. So had he gone for the bowler's end, might have had a chance of the run out, but very hard, isn't it, to throw back across yourself when you're moving away from the bowler's end like that. And immediately, this is what John Simpson does, doesn't he? Comes in and scores quickly straight away from the off. Getting the scoreboard ticking over again, which is what Sussex need. Free hit here.
Slow ball. Oh, but he's swatted it over mid-off. Beautiful connection. Forehand smash from Hudson Prentice.
Flat bat. Wasn't the worst option. Maybe just got his length slightly wrong there, but slow ball wasn't a terrible idea. Just got a bit of momentum back now, haven't they, Sussex? That over.
Past noon on a Sunday. Only just.
Oh, not far off. Sam Robson. Again, Simpson just leaning into one of those punchy cover drives of his. That was close. Almost a second for Fellman. I always remember John Simpson used to be quite a wiry, skinny little lad, didn't he? Look at him now. He's really bulked up a few years ago, didn't he? Just suddenly turned himself into a really powerful hitter. He's probably Middlesex's most powerful hitter in T20 for a few years. You'd never have thought that at the start of his career. And there's never a big flourish, is there, with him? It's just very punchy, very tight. Whether he's pulling or he's driving through the offside, just shows it's not about the flourish, it's about the timing, isn't it? He's just a great natural timer of the ball, and as a result hits it very hard.
Lots of chatter here. He's only gone for 2 runs off his 9 balls so far. Maybe don't need to overcomplicate matters too much. Really good, isn't it, from the youngster? It's been right on the spot.
That's been one of the features of the season, hasn't it, for Middlesex? These young fast bowlers coming through. Quite a number of them. Feldman, Seb Morgan, Navya Sharma, Noah Cornwell, who's maybe slightly ahead of the others in his development. Real barrage. Plus Blake Cullen. Nice, I like that. That one really climbed, didn't it? So he's got that in his locker. Maybe you would have seen Hudson Prentice coming down early then, banged it in short. But it's a real sort of fight, isn't it, between these young bowlers? Not room for all of them, so they're sort of competing against each other. And we'll see which are the ones that come through and play a lot of games for Middlesex in their careers.
That's another really good over. Single off the first, single off the second. He's 1 for 2 from 2. Sharks put in 19 done. They're 83 for 3. Yeah, it's incredible, really, isn't it? Because the great fear for Middlesex for years was the end of Tim Murtagh, Toby Rowland-Jones. Time obviously not on his side at the moment. And Ethan Bamber now has passed on to Warwickshire, and they were the 3 for a long while. Finn had gone just before. The breakup of the championship winning seam attack. Bamber was one of those who emerged, but with him moving on to Warwickshire, you think, goodness me, there's a gap to be filled. But as you say, this season, all of a sudden, Sharma, Feldman, Morgan. Cowshill, who came through a couple of years ago. And, well, if Cullen can get free of injuries, he's been desperately unlucky with them, then he's a near shoo-in for the side as well. So it's an extraordinary amount of competition. And we've still got Rowland-Jones looking pretty fit and pretty strong out there at the moment, which is great to see after all his injury troubles, if they can get a couple more years out of him to guide those youngsters. Brooks is not looking too bad either here in now his 5th over and 2nd one-day cup game after a promising start against Somerset. But yeah, I wonder with Rowland-Jones as well. See, Guedes now the skipper of the one-day cup side. Rowland-Jones having a natter with him, will be in shot in a moment. There at mid-on. You wonder whether that captaincy passing on to least deploy in the Championship. Will that just free him up and perhaps extend that career a little bit as a bowler? And there's the Simpson 6. What a sweet pickup that is. Rocks back, picked up the length early, picked up the ball sweetly.
There we go. It's just a help on its way, isn't it? Not a big full-blooded pull shot. Doesn't need to be with that short boundary. John Simpson knows the dimensions of this ground so well. That was a chance for a catch in the crowd. There might be a few over on that side today.
Often talk about, oh, just stepped inside the line of that one. I thought he was going to get away with it, Brooks, but often talk about batters making good golfers, don't they? He's a big golf fan, big golf player, John Simpson. You really see that in his swing. Particularly there, he's got a great arc about the way it comes through, and he mentioned his hooks and his pulls and his drive, so much of it that left hand, the bottom hand. So strong and punchy. But the arc of the swing as well, though. Always so impressive when he steers it away, and indeed that 6 that he just hit there, almost reminiscent of that 6 he hit in 2016, the famous one down at Somerset, when Middlesex just got over the line in a chase at Taunton, which really set them on their way. Still rankles down at Taunton, that Chris Rogers declaration, giving Middlesex the chance to win the game. Had Somerset have taken a draw from that, then the points as they turned out later in the season would have seen Somerset win the title. Rogers at the time had a very different take, and I still agree with it now, that he was in charge of a very young Somerset side, and they needed to learn how to lose, to learn how to win as well, and just playing out draws was not in their best interest. They went on a real run after that. Somerset very nearly secured their first title, but yeah, Simpson 6, much like that one. It was finer, but the shot was similar. Worked it over a deep backward square leg for 6.
Well, he's always been a Middlesex man at heart, Chris Rogers, hasn't he? Good servant for both Middlesex and Somerset. Great bloke as well. Really good fun. And a top player. Had his own style, didn't he? Very unique style, but very effective, particularly at first class level. An outstanding record. I know he enjoyed his time at Middlesex.
Yeah, captain the 2011 side that got promoted from Division 2. It took him a few years, relegated in 2006, but Rogers got him back up as skipper in 2011. Managed to keep him up for a couple of years. Always had that distinctive leave where his back leg would kick out behind him. Always brilliant to watch. It made it look as though he was almost nervous on the off stump, but it was just a little tick of his technique.
Yeah, you forget actually how good a player he was. I mean, he averaged 49 and a half, 76 first class hundreds. That is a huge number.
That's a great shot again from Simpson. He's seeing it big early as innings here, into the 20s.
He hit this well in front of square as well. Luke Holman, a deep square leg, didn't really have a chance there. He looks in form, John Simpson. Ominously slow for Middlesex. 22 off 19 already.
Now, that's up in the air and it's gone. And it's Holman, who inadvertently took a boot in the face from Feldman, but holds on for the youngster, who has his second wicket, and he has the big one as well. John Simpson departs.
Oh, so many things to talk about here. First of all, I've given him the kiss of death. John Simpson said he looks in form. Well, he isn't anymore. And how about that as well? The irony of Feldman booting Holman in the face, taking him off the field, and then he Takes a catch for him in the deep. Strange shot, wasn't it? He just checked it. Looked like he was maybe a bit early on it and done by lack of pace, perhaps. But Feldman, he is the pick of the bowlers today, the young man. I wonder if he just took a bit off that, because Simpson was early on the shot. It didn't look like a slower delivery, but maybe just held back a little bit. And that's a big one for Middlesex. With that partnership just growing and Simpson looking like he was timing the ball nicely. Means that Ollie Carter comes to the crease.
Yeah, that was my wonder on second look, that it looked a little slow. Whether he did roll the fingers or anything on that one, maybe it was back of the hand, was it? But yeah, funnily enough, just before he played that shot, I was going to say, much like you, Floyd, it's almost a case of it looks like he shouldn't drop short to John Simpson today. He's seeing it big, but then next one straight down the throat of Holman. 97 for 4. Hudson Prentice 38. All of a sudden becoming a very big knock here. Simpson with a cameo, 22 in the end. But this young man, Feldman, 2 for 7. He got 2 in his T20 debut. His only other appearance for Middlesex so far. But a list A debut today, and well, he had to wait his turn behind Seb Morgan, behind Sharma. Inside edge saves Carter, but he was nearly through there again.
I'm just so impressed with the way that he's handled the occasion. This is his first game at Lord's for Middlesex. That can't be underestimated. Big crowd in. You know, expecting around about 5,000 today. His T20 game was down in Cardiff, so that would have been a slightly different feeling around it. You know, walking out there at the home of cricket with this big crowd on a Sunday, not easy.
I think it was Carlson took him for a couple of sixes in his first over down at Cardiff, and then he came back and got Carlson. The second ball of his second over. Memory serves, it was 2 sixes and a 4. Didn't bowl a dot ball in that opening over, but just out of the power play managed to pick up that first wicket.
That's a nice shot from Ollie Carter, but well fielded by De Carey's. He's looked good in the field today, sprightly. He hasn't even got a name on the back of his shirt yet, has he, Jamie Feldman? But Sussex will know his name now. The way that he's bowled today, very, very impressive. Hasn't really done too much out of the ordinary. He's just hammered out a length. Waited for the mistake, which has come a couple of times in 3 overs. Here we go. First bit of spin, and it's going to be a leggy, which is interesting because Holman will be turning the ball away from the right-hander with the short boundary on the offside. Not going to be easy for him. But a good time to bring him in with a new batter at the crease.
Well, I wonder had Simpson been there, the left-hander, as you say, he'd have been turning it with the spin and with the slope into the pads of the left-hander to the short boundary on the leg side. Whether the wicket has changed thinking to bring him in, it would have felt like a fair risk to have him bowling from this end if Simpson was still there. But with the 2 right-handers, maybe they're thinking with Robson in place, that outside edge might well come into play, with the slope aiding his spin here to attack early on.
think had there been a left-hander at the crease, there's no way they would have brought him on from that end at that particular time. So now's the time to get some overs out of him. Got a choice with the Careys as well as to what end he bowls at. But does he have the slope advantage? But then that also means that right-handers are hitting to a very short boundary, so I don't think he'll actually bowl from the pavilion end, unless there's some left-handers there. Almost stuck through that one, just skidded on. I wonder if he still is a bit dazed from taking that boot in the face. When he took the catch, Holman, he didn't really celebrate much. He still looked a bit sort of miffed.
Oh, that's through. That's a lovely shot. Places it just fine at Davies.
And that's the issue for Holman here. Such a short boundary. It's actually connected really nice. It's a lovely cut shot from Carter. Just creates room, moves to the leg side. But you see there, he didn't have far to go, Davies. He was nowhere near it. Second one that's just skidded on in the over. 6 off Holman's first. 104 for 4 now.
Yeah, approaching the halfway stage of the innings. The old adage was double the total at 30, wasn't it? But much as we saw at Radlett the other day, teams nowadays will target 100 off the back 10 if they've got enough wickets in hand, and that's the danger for Sussex at the moment. They need a bit of a foundation here to take them towards that 40th over mark and power play 3. Run rates got them with a little bit of a boost on around about 250, which you'd feel would be light with that short boundary. But it's funny when you do have a short boundary, if a side can get it right with the ball, then equally a short boundary can get into a batting side's mind.
Yeah, it's interesting, really. Batters are finding it hard to get their timing right to Foldman. We've seen some mistimed pull shots, particularly the first wicket. John Simpson there was early on his, so just something about him, maybe his action, finding it hard to time those short deliveries that he bowls. Maybe he's just varying his pace slightly. He's just bowling a hard length, isn't he? Very simple plan. Come up and hammer out a hard length. It's working really well for him at the moment. Brilliant economy rate. Yeah, Middlesex just have to be a bit wary, I suppose, of this Sussex batting lineup, and clearly they can bat fairly deep because they got over the line the previous game, chasing 287. And they were actually 53 for 4 at one point there, and 200 for 7, and the 8th wicket put on 88. That was Jack Carson and Archie Lenham. Another top over from Feldman. 105 for 4 off 23 overs. Ollie Carter as well, got 68 in that run chase off 85 balls to aid the recovery. So they'll be confident. That sort of lower middle order and start of the tail, having got them over the line from a difficult position in that game against Kent. Slightly different when you've got to set a target, though. At the moment, I don't think there's anything wrong with this pitch, I must say. I think it looks decent for batting, and short boundary is a big factor. So I think Middlesex will be very happy with where they are at the moment.
Just a snap of the wrists on that one from Hudson Prentice. He's playing a long way away from his front pad. Interest the googly of Holman. Oh wow, now this will be interesting. Was that turned around the batter and through the keeper?
Got a feeling it might have deflected slightly off the keeper, and that's why it ended up going down about sort of first slip line, given as wides. Just got a message from my mate Georgie Heath, commentator. Says she's listening to us in China. Wonder what she's doing there. Do get people listening all over the world, watching all over the world. They're pushing hard here, but just the one in the end. Yeah, I remember we used to do shout-outs in the early days to see where people were listening and watching, and it was quite amazing, really. where people would respond from. Let's have a look at that. Wide down the leg side. How much did it turn? No, it just deflected off the gloves. Just missed it, Cracknell. There you go, straight through the gloves. Yeah, we used to get messages from all over the place. I remember Middle East, Africa, America. Middlesex supporters everywhere, it would seem. It's Nelson. How often do you get wickets at Nelson? Does it happen? It seems like it doesn't happen as often as it used to happen, or maybe people just aren't that bothered about it anymore.
Didn't they come up with a stat that there's not so many wickets on Nelson, but on 112 there is, because they're so determined not to get out on 111.
Kind of makes sense, yeah, and then you relax.
Sure, I heard or read something about that not that long ago this season. Probably tuned into a cricket commentary, and as you know, Floyd, he never listens to cricket commentators. Might have been Georgie, maybe.
Hello, Georgie. Wherever you are in China. Good chat from Dan, our director, saying, well, could be on for 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be even better. Yeah, seen that a lot, haven't we? That ball hitting the stickers of the bowling of Feldman. He's only gone for 1 boundary in his 4.4 overs. And I think even regardless of what happens in his final 5.2 overs, I think he's already made a bit of a statement here, hasn't he? I think Dave Val has to be watching this intently and thinking, right, we got something here.
Now, he's not got hold of it and he's gone down. Robson at mid-wicket. Just couldn't hold on. Got a palm to it.
He's very close in there, isn't he, Sam Robson? And he's had to actually get up quite a lot there. It wasn't hit hard, it was just that the height was the issue. And he is close in, so because he's close in, even though it wasn't hit hard, it would have come quite quickly. Had he been back at regulation mid-wicket, he's gone back a little bit now, that would have been probably a simple catch. Tight one. Tell you what, that was close. Have we got a direct hit there? The skipper Geddes. Let's have a look here. Maybe was he just home? A good set of stumps to aim at. Yeah, just home. Good single in the end. A few Panamas out. It's a good day for a Panama hat, isn't it? A good thing there is you've got the option of sun or shade, haven't you, depending on how you feel. You dip into the sun, you nip back into the shade. Beautiful day for it.
Certainly a jacket's off day, isn't it? 26 is it today that it's set to peak at here in London? Of course, we'll wait and see what that attendance will peak at as well. There you see those 2 wickets early on. slowed matters. That was Roland Jones, 2 in the over, picking up Ibrahim and Haynes. Absolute stone dead. Ibrahim with one that nipped back in. And Haynes miscuing a clip to the onside. He just chipped it up to mid-on. Feldman with the next 2, Clark and Simpson holding out to deep square. 2 for 12. Looks good for the youngster, that, doesn't it? 2.4 economy, and it was a pretty decent start, we felt, by Roland Jones and Cornwell. How would it be backed up? Brooks probably bowled better than that, but Simpson got hold of him a couple of times, including one big 6. Into the second tier of the mound, the tavern stand. And now Holman. How will he go? This will be the key now for this innings, really, to get it up to, or at the halfway stage now, 25 overs with drinks being taken, but the next 15 overs, where can they get to for that 40th over? Can they get a partnership still with 6 wickets in hand and then have that launch for the back 10? I'd suggest, unless they're going very, very well at that point, then a relatively standard aim of 100 off the back 10 now might be just asking a little bit too much of this card and this innings. But Hudson Prentice can keep going and Carter can get in with him. Still got Lamb to come as well. Those more recognised top order batters for the Sharks. Pretty much standalone though at the moment, isn't it? That Hudson Prentice 44. Simpson's was very much a cameo, the 22 from 20. It was a promising start, but for Sussex today it's nothing more. I think it was a good toss for Middlesex to win though. I just feel that there's enough happening out there this morning at 11 o'clock that just maybe there won't be quite as much happening for the Sussex bowlers come 3:05 when the reply will be due to begin today. And again, that'll be very much the reverse of what happened at Radlett on Wednesday when Somerset had the better of the early morning conditions up in Hertfordshire for that one.
Yeah, so much on these final 25 overs here. This innings could still go either way, couldn't it, really? It's in the balance, and often that's what happens in 50 over cricket. You can always sort of catch up if you have a bad start. As a batting side, it often comes down to the final few overs. If Middlesex can keep picking up wickets, then that's going to really damage Sussex, because they probably won't be able to go hell for leather. So I think that's the key, really, isn't it? It's just picking up the odd wicket, making sure there aren't any hefty partnerships. And this next wicket's probably the big one, isn't it? Because after that you're into bowlers who bat, really. But as we've discussed, ones that can still get runs. Carson and Lennon with that match-winning partnership in the previous game.
Just drag that one down. That's 48, Hudson Prentice.
Luke Coleman won't want to see this one again. That was a nasty drag down, wasn't it? I think even you, Kevin, might have had half a chance of hitting that for 4.
I'm not so sure.
If you could reach the boundary.
Might need my 3rd Weetabix that day. Single takes him to 49. He was the 4th wicket to go on Thursday in that game at Arundel against Kent. They reduced to 53 for 4 in the 9th. And Hudson Prentice fell. And then for Ibrahim, Haynes 5, Clark 16, Hudson Prentice 24, then Simpson 50. Carter on strike now with 68, was the top scorer in that innings. Lamb 16, and as you mentioned, Floydie. Carson with a not out 50 and Lennon a not out 45, seeing it home. 53 for 4. The recovery's 200 for 7. But at that point, Kent may well have thought they'd done enough to win it. But very good partnership of 88 for the 8th wicket between Carson and Lenham. So a little bit still to come. On 20 for 4 after 26 today. If you were going for the W score at 30, again, I think they'll want more than that if there's enough wickets in hand in power play 3.
I'm trying to think, did Sussex play in pink last year? Or was this a new kit? It's quite a striking pink as well, isn't it? Of course, Middlesex have played in pink plenty of times in the past, but a very different kind of pink, more of a lighter, sort of dusty pink. This is a sort of loud reddish pink. It's a nice catch shot from Hudson Prentice, and that takes him to 50. It's been a good innings, hasn't it, really? He's played some nice shots, both sides of the wicket. Someone who's used to batting further down the order, but he's showing that he's very much capable of batting at number 4 as well. He's been the standout batter so far without this knock. They'd have been in a bit of trouble, really, had he gone early. 4 fours and 1 6, just 61 deliveries. Kevin, you've done a bit of research on the Sussex pink kit. Fill us in.
I've got a 2023 kit for them here, which was fully pink, didn't have that black stripe across the front. It's a little bit more, I don't know, which one's the lobster pink? That's the lobster pink, isn't it? That's the one I go if I'm in the sun for too long. We say this is a bit more red, isn't it?
It's kind of giving me like Sydney Sixers vibes, I think, this pink. And you see the Middlesex pink there is a lot lighter. I must say I'm more of a fan of the Middlesex pink, that sort of dusty pink. This Sussex one, well, you can't miss it anyway.
I've still got one of those 2008 tops at home. Tyrone Henderson, you just always remember him wearing it in 2008, only the first pink kit that Middlesex wore.
Yeah, I must say, I don't mind this Middlesex kit this year. It's just a little bit of pink on it. It's quite sort of simple but nice. I do seem to spend a lot of time talking about kits when I'm commentating. I do find them quite interesting.
Back for the second. 6 off the over. 1, 2, 6 for 4.
Yeah, we had a good chat the other day when I was working at the BBC. We talked about what the best and worst kits were in one-day cricket. There have been some really interesting ones over the years. I don't know if you remember the old Gujarat Lions. They were the Gujarat team in the IPL before the Gujarat Titans. That was up there with my least favourite, I would say. Just all over the place. There was, I think, blue trousers, red top, yellow pads. There's some good ones around as well, like the Brisbane Heat, the teal. Don't mind a bit of purple, like the Hobart Hurricanes.
What do they call the Surrey colour they wear?
Is that a light teal as well? Something like that? It's kind of grey, bluey. I quite like it, I must say.
Don't they call it duck egg blue or something?
Yeah, it might do. Yeah, that's Cambridge, isn't it? Cambridge University, duck egg blue.
Turns it into a full bunger. Oh, and he might get back for a second here. Just the single. Cornwell coming around.
Holman just struggling a little bit with his lengths since drinks. Carter's been quite proactive as well in his foot movement. And Hudson Prentice too. Happy to come down the track.
A little bit of width on that. That's a beautiful square drive. Just opening the face, Carter.
Just too much width. But you're right, yeah, he really opened the face there, didn't he? It was nicely played. He's probably got away with one there, Holman, just one. I wonder if they're thinking about maybe a change with the Careys from that end. With the two right-handers in, they won't want to bowl the Careys from the other end, I don't think.
Yes, good shout, isn't it? Because they'll be hitting against the spin. The Careys will be turning it against the slope. They'll be hitting against the spin to get to that shorter boundary. Tickling with the spin to the big boundary. It's going to be Noah Cornwell to replace Feldman at the pavilion end. None for 19 from his 5 so far. Feldman 2 for 18 from his 6. Brilliant spell of bowling from the youngster. After what felt like a pretty fine start from Roland Jones and Cornwell. First look at the pavilion end for the left armour today. Seamlessly made his way into the side, Cornwell, and holding on to his place. Youngster, of course, things can change quickly, dips in form. Just finding your way in the game, still working things out. Things can change and you're out of the side for a period of time before you get back in again, but he's made it look like a pretty effortless start, Cornwell. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Just a little bit of width from Cornwell. It'll only be a single.
So all you subscribers out there who are watching, let us know where you're watching from. Let's put the shout out, see if we've got any interesting venues. As I said, my mate Georgie Heath is out in China. Anyone in an exotic place like that? Let us know on the comments on YouTube. See if we can pull out some random venues. Even if you're in the UK, wherever you are, give us a shout out. Let us know where you're watching, how you're watching. Be good to hear from you. Any other thoughts on the game? We'll try and answer any sensible questions if you got any. Just put them in the comments on YouTube if you're a subscriber and you're watching. Quite a few of you watching I can see right now.
That's a lovely pickup into the slot from Cornwell, around the wicket to the right-hander. Just lofted it.
Just waiting on that length right into his arc. Hudson Prentice is showing signs of moving up a gear here. Craig Bozich is saying, does it actually get any more exotic than in Hove? It's a good point, Craig. I mean, Hove it's pretty lovely down there, isn't it? When the sun's out, I presume it's a nice day. I must admit, in terms of county grounds, I say Hove would be up there with my favourites in terms of, you know, what you can do around the ground and the ground itself.
He's got outside the line. By a signal, but well outside the line on that one.
I'm not sure, you know. I reckon might have been just in line. Hit him on the inside of the pad. Went a long way across. Maybe height was an issue. I tell you what, that's not a million miles away. I think height was an issue. Maybe trimming the bails, but I think it was in line with the stumps. Went a long way across, Carter. Umpire just having a bit of word with Cornwell.
Umpire Newell, was it too heavy an appeal? You're right, it was a lot closer than I realised. Now here's Josh de Carey's, and from the nursery end.
This was the change we thought might happen. Luke Holman was just struggling a bit with his length. And it might be coming around the wicket, is he? To the right-hander? Maybe not. The batter at the moment is standing on that side. So yeah, maybe he's coming around the wicket. Don't think this is a bad shot at all with the leg side boundary, the much bigger of the boundaries. Also, he's turning against the slope, so does put a little bit of doubt in the batter's mind whether it's going to turn or not because of that slope. Right, we've got some good responses in. Neil Hartley says 39 degrees here in southwest France. I was nearly nodding off during Clark's 10 off 33. So are we, actually, to be honest with you, Neil.
Oh, lovely use of the feet. Accesses that offsides.
Yeah, so again, no turn, just sliding down the hill, and then you've got that option as a right-hander, haven't you? So regardless, it's still going to be hard for the Carries to defend that shorter boundary.
Yeah, I'm not sure is it the right call to go around the wicket here with that short boundary, because you're almost creating the angle that slides across.
Yeah, I see your point, and that four almost sort of sliced off a thickest outside edge, wasn't it? I mean, it was relatively near the middle, but I don't think it was exactly where Carter intended, went a bit squarer.
From right arm over, you're almost teasing them, aren't you, to say, go on then, if you want, you're going to have to manufacture it somehow. That's the line where obviously it's going to be very difficult to access the offside, but it doesn't give you much room for manoeuvre from around the wicket.
Gina Hearn, hello Gina, says I'm watching you from Prague in the Czech Republic. Tony Emerson, my other half, is there sitting on the middle balcony. I keep looking out for him, but I haven't seen him yet. Well, we'll try and show you some images throughout the day of the middle balcony. See if you can spot rather your other half, Tony.
Single 20 over, 30 done, 146 for 4. W total from here wouldn't be a bad day at all for the Sharks.
Okay, just for you, Gina. See if we can see Tony. That's the middle balcony there. I mean, he might be in the bar, as Bob quite rightly pointed out in the comments. Where's Tony? Here's Cornwell still around the wicket. And more runs here, at least 2 you'd think. Just stringing together a nice partnership, these two now. What is it, up to 51? Carter, 27 off 31. It's just added a nice bit of impetus to the innings, which is what Sussex needed after losing Simpson. You can see he's happy to come down the track early and just try and put the bowlers off their lengths. It's been good proactive stuff without being overly aggressive. Good delivery, that squared him up. Got an update from Gina. Thanks for that, but no, unfortunately couldn't see Tony.
Have we just dropped Tony in it?
I hope not. Yeah, I was hoping he wasn't going to be busted doing anything he wasn't supposed to be doing. But anyway, we haven't found Tony, but maybe we'll try again later in the day. Missed out there, got a lot of width, Carter.
It's like the Coldplay concert in reverse, isn't it? You were supposed to be at the cricket.
Yeah, let's not even go there. Anyone else? Let us know where you're watching. Let us know in the comments. We've had Czech Republic, we've had Southwest France. Anywhere else? Hove we've had.
Oh, he stepped a long way across. And he's whipped that to Davies. What a catch that is. Whipped off the ankles. Low to the short boundary where deep square was waiting. No gloves, no need.
Flew to him, didn't it? Almost a blink of an eye. It was like he was in the infield, and he kind of is because he's that close, but moved quickly, and that's a real bonus, isn't it, that wicket? Starting to feel that Middlesex needed a breakthrough. And when it came off the bat, you just thought, right, that's going to be a one bounce 4. Just picked out the man, but really good catch by Davies. He moved quickly, that was the key. 2 hands on it. Right out the screws. With a couple of the other wickets, it was similar, wasn't it? Particularly the Haynes wicket early on, and the Clark wicket perhaps. Just a little bit of a gift for Middlesex. And that's come at a really good time, with that partnership just over 50. And Hudson Prentice, the set batter, looking to go up through the gears.
Danny Lamb. Oh, this is where the batting really began the other day against Kent, but the manner of that dismissal, though, it just lifts aside, doesn't it? Brilliant catch. There you go, Robson with his arm around Davies. Take the gloves off him. Can't take the spectacular catches away, though. Really did make that look easy, didn't he?
Yeah, now they all want his signature. They're all run down. Must be a good feeling, that, taking a blinder right in front of the crowd on the boundary. There's pros and cons of being on the boundary. Some of the cons is you get a bit of abuse, particularly when you drop one, but when you take a screamer, it's great.
Yeah, poor Nathan Fernandez put one down. There he is. And Sharky put one down at Radlett the other day, right in front of the members. Skied, but spilled it through the fingers onto his forehead. That single brings up the 150. There you go, lovely ball. Nice ball for Lamb.
And that's the variation with the slope for an offie. One will just slide down the slope. Means the outside edge is definitely in play. Maybe we could have a slip in even. Same again there. Just push that down the slope.
Amazing what a wicket does, isn't it?
Lamb off the mark. He actually got 74 off just 57 balls in their first match. The defeat against Durham. In decent nick. Top scored in that game. Does seem, doesn't it, that the outside edge is being threatened more than the inside edge at the moment. What do you reckon? Could they have a slip in at this stage? 5 down. Get them 6 down. That's a big strike.
I was just going to say, probably Bengueda's there himself, where the Carries has fielded that ball. Into that mid-wicket, could you actually move across into slip? 32 done, 151 for 5. It's the wickets column that remains a problem for the Sharks here. Otherwise, well, again, double your score from 30, 100 off your last 10. You're looking at around or about that 300. That's the Middlesex room down in the bottom of the Allen stand there. It's the last time you'll be able to watch from the lower tier of the Allen in the Middlesex room. Next game here for Middlesex. It's the championship game against Gloucestershire. Derbyshire and then Gloucestershire, indeed, are the two in September for Middlesex here, before the, or in between, is the trip to Lancashire.
So Holman switching ends, coming in from the pavilion. Don't want to drop short here, Luke, otherwise you could disappear out the ground with that short boundary.
Event in there for members tonight. The last of the Middlesex room. Have you had your invite for the new opening? The opening of the new Middlesex room yet, Floydie?
No, I have not.
Champagne reception,
Yeah.
canopies, I'm sure. Guests of honour, I'm sure, will be.
Who do I speak to about hooking myself up for that then? Can you sort me out, Kevin?
You're on.
Mark on YouTube reckons Sussex will do very well to get 230. Bob reckons that won't be enough. I think they'll be disappointed with 230 from here.
Now, he's got himself in trouble and he's got himself out. Carter gets right underneath it, trying to access that short boundary. Straight down the throat.
Wow, I must say, when he dragged that down, I thought this is going a long way. And Carter's eyes really lit up, but it was almost like he was late on the shot there. The ball skidded on, hit somewhere near the top of the bat. And it's not far to go, really. He's completely clothed that. He's probably thinking now, how on earth did I not hit that for 6? Just skidded onto him. Maybe try to hit it a bit too hard. And again, you'd have to say that's a real bonus for Middlesex. Not a great delivery, but they'll take it. All he had to do, Carter, was get somewhere near the middle, and that would have gone over the boundary. But it was nowhere near the middle of the bat, and he walks off for 29 off 38. So the two set batters have gone in quick succession, and you've got to say now Middlesex well on top here. 152 for 6.
It just gets in batters' minds sometimes, teams' minds, a bit in the fields with the bat. All of a sudden you become obsessed with the short boundary and you forget there's also a lot of space to access on the other side, with the side perhaps protecting the onside, or indeed even if they're not, it's an awful lot of room to sweep up on the other side. But eyes lit up there, didn't it? And that led to the error, I fancy. He felt it had to go, he had to hit it.
If you look at the dismissals so far, you've got to say that Sussex have given Middlesex a big helping hand here. Ibrahim, granted, will give that to the bowler. Good ball from Roland Jones, nipping in. Tom Haynes just clipped one tamely to mid-on. Tom Clark done for pace, but again, he's pulled the ball that's just dollied up to mid-on. Hudson Prentice picked out Jack Davies on the boundary off the middle of the bat, but he's picked out the man. Simpson similar. And now Ollie Carter. So maybe of the 6 dismissals, 4 or 5 you'd say. Pretty soft.
Oh, this is a real chance now, isn't it? Holman and Carey's, the spinners get on top, get through some quick overs, but also carry a fair old bit of threat.
Tell you what, Luke Holman's had an eventful day, hasn't he? Been kicked in the face, come back on, taking a catch soon after, off the bowler who kicked him in the face in the field. And now he's got a wicket with a rank long hop to one of the shortest leg side boundaries you could bowl at Lord's.
154 for 6. I reckon they've got to let him open the batting today just to see what happens.
I must say, when I saw him get kicked in the face, and if you weren't watching earlier, it happened when he and Feldman were running towards each other at full pelt on the boundary, and the ball went right between them. They both dove for it, and it could have been nasty. It's got a glancing blow to the jaw, it looked like, from the fast bowler, and he looked dazed. He went off the field. He thought, well, maybe he might not come back, but he was out there pretty quick soon after, so obviously passed concussion test.
So we're talking about ripping through some quick overs, ideally cheaply for Middlesex.
Yeah, it's a good time, I think, to have spin at both ends, and goes against conventional wisdom to have these bowlers operating from these ends because the slope's not helping them their natural spin, but actually it can really work, particularly here with the off spinner. You're right-handed, you're naturally expecting the ball to be turning into you, so you're trying to work to the leg side, but then with the odd one just going down the slope, going across the right-hander, just plants that seed of doubt, doesn't it? Whether I should be clipping to the leg side or trying to play a bit straighter. Is the offside now more of an option, particularly with De Carey's coming around the wicket? It's not that simple. I think, as you say, when you get the opportunity and you get a bit of width like there, you've got to take advantage and play through the offside. Don't think about the ball spinning in. It's unlikely to turn back from that angle from around the wicket. It's more likely to just keep on going down the hill. 156 for 6 off 34 now. And I think these two, Carson and Lamb, might just want to take stock here for 3 or 4 overs at least and just take the sting out of the situation, which helps Middlesex with that run rate rather going down. Still only just over 4.5.
Anywhere on the floor, fortunately for Carson. When Morgan revolutionised things with England's white ball side, it was a case of we go out and go for 300, better we go for 300 and try and win the game than nerdle our way to 250 and fall well short. Morgan then took over the Middlesex captaincy not long after. In white ball cricket, I remember asking Angus Fraser, who was director of cricket at the time, is that the policy that Middlesex will go for? But he said the big difference is you've got an international 11 who are picked the absolute best of that format. So you back them all the way down to go out and achieve something like that, going for that 300, 350. Just keep backing themselves to keep going. Whereas at county level, the 11 are very much made up of players who are multi-format, not specialists particularly in that format, and of course more than ever now in this competition. The One Day Cup is a squad game for the counties. So I do think this is a case of, as you say, consolidate through this period, nudge-nurdle their way through, and that word that we've been using pretty much all the way through this innings, find a foundation. It's a single off that Holman over, very good from him, 1 for 28 from his 6 Sussex Sharks. 15 to go here at Lords, they're 157 for 6.
These two batters have been required to do some work so far in this tournament for Sussex. Both have made half centuries in the first 2 games. As I mentioned, Lamb with 70 odd in the first game when they lost to Durham, and then Carson with an unbeaten 50, his first 50 actually in list day cricket, to get Sussex over the line in a good run chase. Carson also made his maiden first class 100 earlier this season in Division 1 for Sussex. And a decent year with the bat. Looking forward to watching him bowl, actually. He's a bowler that his name has cropped up occasionally when talking about England's test side. Talented off spinner, still only 24 years old, although he has been around for a while, it feels that way. that's what they've got to do for a while here. Just keep picking up the singles where they can, even off decent deliveries like that one. Just got to take stock for a bit, rebuild, and just try and keep it ticking over a little bit. I think at the moment Middlesex will probably just keep persevering with the two spinners. They've bowled 10 overs between them now, so any extra overs are a bonus really. Means that one of the seamers at least won't have to bowl 10, although they've all bowled pretty well.
Oh, dropped short again. This time he's put away. Has that been held? I think it has.
Well, Ollie Carter's thinking, why didn't I do this? Similar delivery. Let's have a look at the catch. Can we see it? Yep, just picked up and thrown straight back. Big cheer from the crowd as well. Looked like it was quite nonchalant as well.
Whatever was in front of Carter in the dressing room a moment ago just got kicked, didn't it?
It was just such a surprise dismissal, really. It looked like he almost tried to hit it too hard. Carson there, just a lot more fluid. Just getting some nice in drift here, Luke Holman, when he gets his length right.
Just got the little hand signal from Lamb saying exactly that, didn't he? Oh, drift and turn.
That was nice, bit of grip. He's gripped the odd one, hasn't he?
And then tucks them up. Playing his own game at the moment, Holman. 1 for 36 from 7, the 6th at the start of the over. But otherwise he's having a bit of fun. 167 for 6 after 37. That run rate's pretty much stuck around 4.5 the whole innings, hasn't it? We talked about a foundation. To some extent that is a foundation, but it's that wickets column which really hurts, and they keep losing a couple at a time. You can see how all of a sudden is the beginning of a climb, all of a sudden just tails off slightly. Have to be tempted to leave the spinners going at the moment. They're going so economically, aren't they? Let the Sharks make the move.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think sometimes with pace on, you've got lower order batters that the ball can fly around off thick edges, and when you've got short boundary on one side, you can leak more runs than with two spinners on. And they will come back on eventually for sure, but maybe a good time just to dot them up a little bit, as they say, and keep dragging that rate down.
You've got to feel for Feldman a little. He's bowled so well today, but you wonder just how much of these final 12 overs, with the spinners going nicely at the moment, he'll get to have another go. Coleman will be there at the death for sure.
It's chipped in the air temporarily there. In the end, didn't really get that close to Geddes. Another economical over from De Carey's. Goes for just 2. 169 for 6 off 38. Roland Jones has bowled 8 overs, bowled very well, 2 for 35. He might not bowl his full quota of 10, often tends to bowl earlier in the innings. As you say, Cornwell will come back, should do, and bowl his final 3. Brooks has got 5 left, Feldman 4 left. Be tempted to have a look at Feldman at the back end of the innings just to see what he's got.
It's through. Let's throw the hands at that one, Lamb.
Saw the big booming drive earlier, previous over. Just not quite as full as that delivery. And that was a genuine half volley, climbed into that Lamb. He was waiting for a bit of width. Nice cover drive. I do think with Holman, he's been a bit expensive over the last couple of overs. They might think about a change there, but maybe keep going with the Careys at the nursery end. I'll probably pick up a wicket now.
He mustn't search too hard for it. I know he's disappointed. I'm sure he's disappointed not to be in the 100 at the moment. The feeling was that he was very close to a call-up this year. He's dropped short again there. And he's punished once more. Of course, there's the chance to still be picked up, isn't there? And just missed out. You'll feel he's wanting to take wickets at the moment. He's wanting to attack.
It's almost caught by the exact same person. Almost the exact same spot. I think just slightly over the head of the spectator who caught the previous 6 from Carson. But that's the danger, isn't it? For Luke Coleman with this short boundary. Valuable runs, these. I suspect this might be the last ball of his spell here. Couple of expensive overs in a row, 11 off this one already.
A full bunner to finish. Like I say, I wonder, is he just almost going for a magic ball there? Was he really looking for something? Try and come out with at least a couple of wickets from the day, but 1 for 47 off his 8. As you say, the 12 off that over in the end, the 6 at the start of the previous over, just making a mess of his figures a little. Feldman warming up. Maybe we'll get a little bit more of a look than I feared he might. Carries to continue in the meantime, none for 15 off 5. Extremely good economy. The finger spinner. Last over a power play 2, so after this 5 allowed back on the ropes. He saves a single, but a single nonetheless, and off his own bowling, of course. I think that was an angry throw-in from Luke Coleman there. probably done for the day, and he won't like his figures on that screen at the moment. But there's only a couple of balls in particular, wasn't it? Oh, lovely one. Slides across again from De Carey. Oh, now he's gone. He's gone. That's a brilliant piece of fielding. And look at the celebrations. Feldman throwing down the stumps. And Middlesex, from so close to taking a wicket, Feldman makes sure that they have one.
What a throw. And what a day for Feldman. On debut in list day cricket, he's picked up a couple of important wickets and now pulled off a spectacular run out. Just held his pose, didn't he, Danny Lamb? And that's cost him. He was slow off the mark, and he's gone comfortably there by a foot or so. Feldman was alive. There you go, he's just standing there, and he got off quicker. He'd have been home. That came from nowhere again for Middlesex. What a celebration from the young man as well. He was alive, Lamb wasn't. I think there was a single there. Striker just needed to go straight away and he'd have been home. It's another bonus for Middlesex.
Clever from De Carey to let it go as well, wasn't it? Good awareness from him, good alertness to take the hands away, let it go. I have to admit, I was pondering as well whether there was actually an edge. See it front on one more time. I think he did beat the edge, and it was just disappointment from the bowler and the keeper. Just the reactions of both of them may have just been disappointment at beating the edge.
Yeah, well, I think he presumed the keeper was going to take it. Actually, Joe Cracknell's not had his best day behind the stumps, but that's helped Middlesex out on that occasion. It's created the wicket. Yeah, I can see why Lamb just stood there, but as soon as he was called by Carson, he should have been off straight away. Carson's almost holding hands with him by the time he sets off. There was a single there. And again, Middlesex striking at a good time when a partnership is just developing and kind of from nowhere. Going to have a look at that again just to see if we reckon there was a thin edge there from Danny Lamb.
It's just the reactions of the pair. Maybe there wasn't anything in it, but Cracknell in particular, the way that he doesn't follow the ball and shows his disappointment.
Hard to tell from this angle. Yeah, Cracknell was disappointed, wasn't he? Sort of bashed his gloves together. So maybe there was a thin edge there. We'll never know because they didn't get through for a one. Maybe we'll ask at the end of play, try and find out. But strange wicket, wasn't it? And now the man has the ball in his hands. Good time for him to come back into the attack. Good bit of fielding, but it's been his bowling that's really stuck out so far. Fantastic first spell, 6 overs, 2 for 18 on debut, 18-year-old James Feldman is having a debut to remember so far. Now, what's he going to do here? Because his first spell obviously was earlier in the innings, and he just came out and hammered a hard length very effectively. Can he do the same again here? Has he got to go to more death bowling tactics, really?
Chopped away, they'll think about 2, should just be the single. Cornell coming around, they're back for the second. Oh my goodness me. I think Roland Jones might be saying to Feldman, you should have let it go. time for a second run out, would it? I think he'd have been home okay.
So now we'll get to see how good his variations are, how he can adapt to the batters going after him in the final 10 overs of an innings. He's passed every test so far, hasn't he? Well, as we've mentioned, these two batters were the two that got Sussex over the line in their previous game against Kent. Similar situation, but obviously chasing. Came together at 200 for 7 in that game. Put on 88 unbroken. Carson 50 off 43. Archie Lenham 45 off 38. Great partnership. They need something similar, don't they, today, to get them up to a defendable score. You'd think from here, really, they want to get up to 250 if they can. Still a long way away, though. That's how it feels at the moment, particularly if they lose one now.
Still got 5 up at the start of power play 3. Can have an extra one back. Single to end the over, 9 to go. 187 for 7, Sussex.
It's quite hard to tell really what the defendable total is going to be here, but there don't seem to be too many demons in this pitch. Seems all right. Saw a bit of seam movement early, not too much spin. And you've got that really short boundary over on the mound side, which makes a big difference. So, gut feeling is for those spectators to be entertained with a tight run chase. I think Sussex are going to need to get 250 plus, to be honest. And how do they go about that? Well, they want these two informed batters to do most of the work. But when do they press the go button? Might again be a question of just spending 3 or 4 overs, just taking the sting out of the situation and then going hard.
Yeah, I think they've got to take it as deep as possible here, haven't they? If you get to the 48th over and you're 225 for 7, 225 for 8, and you think 25 off the last 2 overs, that, you know, press the gamble then, but if they go for any sort of gamble now, they could go in a heap and be a long way short. As down the track he comes, extra cover as you can see there. He's for a moment interested.
Again, I think the angle from around the wicket there just meant that he sliced that slightly. He was trying to hit that a bit straighter. It's the skill of batting, isn't it, really? Just knowing when to seize the moment, when to go up a gear. Problem is nowadays, A lot of sides just keep going, don't they? There is no powering up and powering down. You know, if you speak to, as you say, Owen Morgan, he would want his England side back in those days just to keep going hard here. And if they get bowled out, they get bowled out. But a more old school way of doing it is just to make sure you bat out the overs. But in order to do that, you end up probably sacrificing your run rate a little bit in these next few overs.
Yeah, I think you've got to pick your bowlers as well, haven't you? Carey's has had a great economy going from around the wicket here. Young Feldman has had a very, very good day so far, but can he see it out now? 2 for 22 from his 7, and well, Roland Jones needs no introduction, nor Brooks or Cornwell. But in terms of their white ball specialists, they're not here. Helm, Higgins, kind of bowlers that they would go to at the death, Middlesex. So there is that chance against the pace bowlers who perhaps don't have those well-disguised slower balls, or as well disguised as someone like Tom Helm. Then perhaps that's their better option with a bit of pace on at the end to try and find either the gaps to the big boundary or anything they can pick up to the short. Just got a fingertip to take the pace off that. There's Brooks to get round. Or do they go after the youngster? But he's had a very good day so far, hasn't he? 2 for 23.
Well, I guess it's what they think is going to be a good enough score on this pitch. If you're out there and thinking, well, this is actually quite a good batting day, then you might have to really go for it these last few overs. And maybe Feldman is the natural one to attack, even though he's bowled really well, just because of his age and he's on debut. They certainly should be thinking about targeting the short boundary wherever possible, like there. Carson playing the pull shots, so anything slightly short, try and pull into that stand. It is so short there. Comment from Alan Simpson on the comment bar on YouTube. Surrey fan here. Hope our coaches are looking north of the river on their day off and are as impressed with this lad Feldman as I am. Brackets, just underlining why everyone loves us so much. Hashtag typical Surrey. I like it, Alan. Just lightly taking the mick out of himself. But yeah, we're impressed with him too. And we hope he stays here, I think. Again, he's not really changed that much, has he, in this spell? He's just old-fashioned, hit that hard length, and it's working for him. No one's been able to get hold of him at all. Not seen too many changes of pace or anything like that.
Oh, it's a sweet pickup. 1 bounce 4. Close on a 200.
Well, this was right in the slot, wasn't it? We haven't seen him bowl this length too much. Carson takes advantage, just drags him over to the leg side. Come over to my side. Almost all the way as well. All that boundary, get them going, these pair. Up to 32, quite innocuously, Carson. A couple of big sixes, which he put away.
200 on the board after 43. Put in at Lords today, the Sharks. It's been far from plain sailing. That 4.7 run rate, it's the wickets column that's the problem for them. A few more wickets in hand, they might even be thinking around something like 280 still, but at this stage, they'd certainly take the 250 if they could get there.
I think Sussex would probably bite your hand off for 250 from here. But 2 or 3 good overs, then they'll start setting their sights higher. Brooks back into the attack. He started really well, didn't he, today? First 3 overs were right on the money, and then his last 2 were expensive. So he's actually been the most expensive bowler so far. Economy rate of 6. We know he can nail his Yorkers, though. Expect to see a few of them these last few overs.
Oh, wow, look at that. Just over the bowler's head.
That's perfectly played, wasn't it, by Carson? He did very well to get the elevation there, to be honest, because it was so full. It was almost Yorker length, and he somehow just chipped it over the bowler perfectly and short of mid-off.
6 of those and over, and they'll nearly be at 250. Simple game. Slice that somewhat. For a moment, backward point was in play.
That kind of reminded me, that previous delivery, of a ball in the recent Test match at the Oval. If you remember, Jacob Bethel tried to play a strange shot, really, sort of half a pull, and then he bailed out of it, and it just chipped up, looped agonisingly over Akashdeep, who couldn't turn around quick enough, and bounced just by the umpire. It was just a really strange bit of play.
Oh, the slower ball nearly played on. Really well bowled by Brooks.
It was the lack of pace that almost did him here. Slower ball bouncer. That was very close to the stumps in the end. He bowled a good bouncer, didn't he, in his first spell with pace on, when he hit Hudson Prentice on the left shoulder. He's got that in his locker too.
Talk about that. Morgan go out there and go for the 350, but if you get out for 140, I prefer that. But I prefer you went for the 350 and got out for 140 than amble to 280, 300 or so. He talked about how many Sussex have almost given away today. It does perhaps feel as though they've chased too hard with the bat, which may seem odd looking at 203 for 7 or 40 of 4.6 as a run rate. You know, short boundary one side, big gaps the other. Did they just go looking for too much too quickly?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, really. Like, got out in some strange ways. If you look at it, there was the LBW early on of Ibrahim, and then the next 5 dismissals all caught on the leg side. 3 of them, I think, on the boundary, and then the run out as well. So they've just found ways to get out.
Feels like there probably hasn't been enough of that through the innings, just a nudge and a nurdle. You know, big gaps on one side to run twos, wait for the bad ball. They have got out a couple of times trying to access that onside. 205 for 7 it is though after 44.
And it was the early burst, really, of Middlesex, or the early containment, that kind of set the tone for the whole innings, and that's why it's so important to get off to a good start in terms of your run rate. I think it was the Clark innings, the number 3, 10 off 33 balls, just really got Sussex behind the 8 ball, and they had the 2 early wickets too. Haynes and Ibrahim both dismissed in the 5th over. Sussex were never able to put pressure on Middlesex and get away, really. So that kind of meant that they were behind the 8 ball, and that with Middlesex picking up regular wickets, it meant that when you're 4 or 5 down, all of a sudden you haven't got many runs, so you've then got to take stock, and you can't afford to be too aggressive. And part of that is because you put yourself in that position by not scoring quick enough in the first 10-15 overs.
No, Cornwell's back, 1 for 28 from his 7. Around the wicket from the pavilion end. Just have to be careful not to bowl into the slot for the right-hander. To the short boundary with the slope. We coming in. Mid-wicket, deep square, just being pulled from deep backward square, almost directly behind the umpire now. Long leg as well. Hammered, mid-off for mid-on up. Downtown for Carson.
That's a good option, isn't it? Anything full with those men up, just have a go. Carson's a big guy, he's got some power. That was nowhere near the middle of the bat, but just threw everything at it, and once it was up and over, you always knew it was going to bounce away for 4. Might need to rethink the field here. Yeah, long on going back. If he's going to bowl that length, going to need to have some protection there. Does the around the wicket angle just help Carson to hit him to the leg side? That's the question.
There we go, into the hips, taken around. Not sure they've got this quite right, this theory here, Middlesex. Not at this stage of the innings.
Carson playing a little gem. He just helped that around the corner, didn't he? It was the perfect line for him. He's batted really smartly, hasn't he? He's targeted the short boundary. A lot of his runs have come on that side. When the fielder's come up, he's gone up and over. Hit the gaps. He had those 2 long hops from Holman, which he put away. Something which Ollie Carter didn't do. Just picked out the man on the boundary. So Carson, he's on the verge here of back-to-back 50s in list day cricket, having never got to 50 before.
Pace off on that one from Cornwell. Carson happy to ride the bounce and take the single.
Yeah, the other option for Cornwell is you could go over the wicket and just try and bowl wide block hole outside the off stump. See that in T20 cricket a lot of the time. Big boundary on that side as well, and just pack your offside field. Might be seen as being a bit negative, and you're unlikely to get a wicket that way, but less chance of leaking runs.
There's that wide Yorker. It was close to being a wide as well.
Perfectly executed. And he's got protection there too. He's got a deep third and a deep point, so even if Lenham gets something on that, it's hard for him to hit it for 4.
And straight to mid-off and gum. Didn't get hold at it at all, Lenham. Did his eyes just light up slightly with that? Feathered it really to Roland Jones.
Well, I can see why his eyes lit up, because was there to hit, wasn't it? It was kind of in the slot. Just couldn't get the elevation. I think he's bowled a cutter there. He's rolled his fingers across that, and that's what's done for Lenham. There you go, the cutter. Couldn't get the proper timing. Almost didn't even carry to Roland Jones, just died on him at the end. So again, Middlesex striking just when they needed to. That partnership was going, wasn't it? Those two enjoy batting together clearly. Partnership of 32. Lenham was just playing the supporting role, but he's gone for 8 of 14. A chance now for Middlesex, if they can, to wrap up this innings and bowl out Sussex. If they can maybe just keep Carson off strike, try and target Calvelis and Crocombe, the number 10 and 11. That's what it's going to be about now, isn't it? How many can Carson eke out with these two tail-enders, number 10 and number 11? Be a big difference here between 220 and 260.
Yeah, and they'll just have to manage these final few overs now, won't they? Carson pick his bowler, you'd imagine, pick his moment. He's done well to come back in this over, hasn't he, Cornwall, after it? Tough start, back-to-back boundaries. Just working out this field. They're going back to what he had at the start of the over, which is mid-off and mid-on up. So long leg goes back and left arm around with the deep mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. Deep third. Deep cover point. Survival ball, really, for Cavallis. Oh, yes, no.
Almost another mix-up there. Not sure why Carson was so keen on the single, because they want to keep strike, which he has done. We asked you earlier, let us know if you're watching in exotic locations. We've had south of France, 39 degrees. We've had Gina in the Czech Republic, in Prague. Milo Fordham has just piped up, watching from the exotic Amsterdam. My dad and cousin currently in the pavilion just below the 5-minute bell. One of them wearing a Dutch cricket broad brim. Let's see if we can find them at some stage.
I think I can see it from here, can't you?
I do see a flash of orange there. Yeah, we'll have a look later. Stay tuned, Milo. We'll probably try and have a look at that, see if we can find your dad and cousin under the bell in between overs.
Who's the one wearing the hat, the dad or the cousin?
Haven't got that information yet, just says one of them.
We'll have to guess. We think we've found either dad or cousin from here.
That's a good thing about being a Dutch fan or wearing Dutch kit, is you're easily spotted.
That's the thing, the big boundary, they just haven't hit those gaps enough to take the twos.
Delivery there, I was a bit concerned. It was exactly the area where we had that clash between Holman and Feldman earlier. And Holman again coming around, and it was right in that gap. This time he just came in a little bit, Holman, so they weren't running straight at each other.
Slow ball from Brooks. Cast on to 49, not able to work the angle he'd have liked for a couple on this occasion. You have a look there, there's nobody on the single at all, so as such there's a lot of twos in the onside, and we've barely seen any today.
Might be 8 down, Sussex, but from here, with Carson going so well, they could still easily get up to 255, 260, as long as They get him on strike and he carries on hitting the odd boundary.
He's done him all ends up there with the slower ball. To be fair, it was one that Carvalhais had to just survive anyway. Could have hold out to that. I think his teammates will be less than impressed, including Carson, who will have strike now on 49. But yeah, any big over from here can certainly get them between 250 and 260.
I wonder if we can just pull out slightly and see if we can find a gentleman with an orange hat. There we go. I think we found him.
I'm guessing that's Daddle. We've got a very young listener emailing in. Tie and hat combo.
Right, I presume. Just found Milo Fordham's dad or cousin.
That's swatted in the air. It was close to long on. I'll just take the single. Carson has his 50 at Lords. Back-to-back 50s. 48 deliveries. 3 4s, a couple of 6s, and a raise of the bat. But just the single means that his colleague now is just going to have to be a little bit careful. Still 3.5 overs to bowl.
Great knock from Jack Carson, who seems to be turning himself into a bit of an all-rounder these days. Always nice to have a second string to your bow, isn't it? He is the key here in these final few deliveries.
Gone for the leg stump Yorker. It's a wide. Looking to finish it off himself here, Cornwell.
Colin Healy, hello Colin. Watching from Boracay in the Philippines. Wow, that is out there, isn't it? That's probably one of the most far-flung places we've had watching here. I was actually in the Philippines earlier this year. Brilliant place. Amazing place to go on holiday. Didn't go to Boracay, but I've heard that's pretty lively there. So hello, Colin. Good to have you on board. Went to a place called El Nido there, which is amazing. El Nido and Coron. So many nice islands there. Great water, great people. Right, through him for pace there. Back to that wide off stump line. CTFC Sussex watching from glorious Newcastle upon Tyne. I bet it's nice up there today, isn't it? Up on the Tyne. Not a great transfer window for Newcastle, though, was it, so far? That Isak situation still dragging on.
Just the single. With the wide, there's still 3 to come of the over. What's Carson do? Does he fancy that short boundary with Cornwell left arm around to him? Off and long on go back. Deep square comes up, so you're expecting this on the toes. He can't go too straight though. Oh well. Goes to the reverse. Oh no, huge run out. Big mix up. The throw's wide. He might get away with it, and he does.
Well, it was all happening, that delivery. It was James Feldman who had the opportunity, and you've got to say, probably should have taken it there. Throw wasn't a good one, just too wide. At one point, the batters were almost at the same end. Yeah, he just lobbed it in. Needed to put some pace on it and get it away a bit quicker.
Smeared for the single now. 1 for Carvalhais to survive.
Glenn O'Brien, OBs and Gilberts. I presume OBs are the O'Briens. Watching from Mallorca. Go Mids. Hello to all you OBs and Gilberts. I bet you it's lovely out in Mallorca right now.
Holiday or home in Mallorca?
Oh, let us know, Glenn.
No run. Wide Yorker from Cornwell. 47 done. 2, 2, 3 for 8. I reckon we're getting there now from Carson. This over, or whether he tries to go one more. If it's Cornwell to bowl the last from the pavilion end and tries to go with that angle from the left armour. Yes, it's a Sunday on holiday watching the Sharks in Mallorca in a bar. Can we get it on the big screen?
Probably could, couldn't you? Yeah. Get the stream up on a big screen out on a bar on a beach somewhere. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Bit of county cricket, a couple of beers, feet in the sand. So equally good just watching in your living room here in the UK as well, or at the ground. It's a great day to be here.
Now he's got that into the gap. It's really well played by Carson. The two are set back. He's bisected them.
He's really pulled really well, hasn't he? He followed him, Brooks, but latched onto it. Got it perfectly in that gap. Very strong through the leg side, Carson. He's latched onto anything short. He's keeping his side in the game, you've got to say. Middlesex have just got to be careful here, because if he's on strike for the lion's share of these final 2.5 overs, they could get up towards 260 if they don't bowl well.
And there's no need to wait now, and he's not. Goodness me, he's got that one all the way. The big boundary, it's just cleared the rope.
Just cleared the rope, but that's a big blow, because that's a big boundary out there. I would say that's as big as his 2 sixes that went deep into the stands on the other side. Not good bowling from Brooks, just feeding that pull shot, which is clearly a strength of Carson. Not far off 250 now, are they?
Or bowls. Very nearly. Cleaning up Carson, but he's cleaning up himself here, isn't he? 61 from 53. It's see ball, hit ball now, isn't it, for Carson? I don't think he needs to wait at all. He might get starved to the strike if a colleague gets on strike and it goes wrong, or he might get stranded indeed. There you go, another one. That's a brilliant piece of fielding. Oh, now was he just over the rope? Picks himself up. I think he might have just skipped back in. Umpire's asking the question.
Second time in front of the mound stand that he's had to dive to his right. Davies. Now, did he touch the ball with his feet behind the boundary? That's the key question. Yep. He just hits his left hand, doesn't it? I think his feet were over the boundary there. Had that not happened, I think he'd have done it perfectly. What are they giving here, 4 or 2? Yeah,
they've corrected it and given the 4 now. They've made a decision. Signal's just gone from the umpire. There we go. Corrected on the screen.
He only just didn't get his foot up. It was quite close.
Slow ball and a cleverly played single. Now this is nearly a free hit for Carvelis with only a couple of overs to go. I'm sure Carson will say to him, block it out. Just give me that assurance that I've got a couple of wickets to play with at the other end. But with only 13 balls left, does he let his mate have a swing and say, yeah, go on, I'm happy to play with 1 wicket through to the end?
I'd probably be inclined to say have a swing. If you get an opportunity, just no 1s, 2s or 4s will work, and a 6.
Brooks puts it on the stumps, knowing pretty much that. 238 for 8, but Carson has the strike. Well, we said if they could get to 225 for 7 or 225 for 8 by the end of the 48, they'd have a chance of swinging hard. He started to swing already, Carson, and As you said, Floydie, it might even be 260 if he can keep going from here.
Well, if it is 260, I think Sussex will be over the moon, considering where they were. And 250 as well, they certainly take. They're in the game. Weather update from Mallorca. Very nice, 30 degrees is what Glenn says. Does sound nice. It's not too bad here either in St John's Wood. 25, 26 today. Good weather's coming back. Apparently we're getting a few days of decent sunshine across the UK.
Cornwell's finish up then his last. 2 for 41 from his 9 so far. Drags it, just a single. Now he's taken it. I wonder, is he ruined taking that single right now?
Well, I think you've got to just take every run available at this stage, haven't you? Carvelis has just got to get off strike. There's plenty of gaps around. There's plenty of boundary riders, so just get bat on ball here.
He's done it. Only just, but he's done it.
Yeah, they all count. Doesn't matter. Inside edge, outside edge. Just get off strike. Now Carson's been really eyeing up that short boundary, as he should, on the leg side. He clearly likes playing through the leg side. But if Cornwell tries to hang it outside the off stump, which he may well do, what are his options going to be? Is he going to be ready to try and drive through cover? There is a space there as well for the boundary.
Drags that one again, but he's dragged it sweetly. 6 runs. It's a very short boundary.
I don't think it's a smart bowling, really. It's just too much in his arc, too much down leg side. Thumps into the advertising hoardings. He didn't really get hold of it completely, but you don't need to on that side. It's just right in his arc.
And that's it, straight to cover and gone. Geddes holds on. Carson's 73 and done. It's been a brilliant innings from him, and it's given Sussex a fighting chance here at Lord's. He hangs his head as he walks off, a little punch at the bat. But from the situation they were in, this is a big chance now for the Sharks.
I can't believe it, because he's absolutely drilled this at Ben Geddes. He takes it so coolly, just throws the ball back. That is hit hard. I mean, he was right on the edge of the ring, but no reaction at all. Carson can't believe it. It was in the slot. If he just hits that 1 yard either side of Ben Geddes, that is 4 all day long. Right out the screws, but what an innings. 73 off 58. And in the last 2 knocks, I think he's shown that his batting has really come on. And he can do a job with the bat, which actually might make him a bit more appealing to England at some stage. As an off spinner who can get you some runs. I think part of the reason why Geddes didn't celebrate too much is he's annoyed with how the last few balls have gone, because Middlesex may feel that they should have got Sussex out of there for more like 220, and they've already got up to 246.
Yeah, I think they'll feel they could have closed this out better, whatever happens in the final 8 deliveries of the innings now. Sussex have given themselves a chance, and Middlesex, I'm sure, will feel that they shouldn't have allowed Sussex to give themselves that chance, as well as Carson has batted. That'll be the frustration that you quite rightly identify there from Geddes. Now Crocombe. Can Cornwell clean him up and not allow Carvelis the chance to get back on strike? Got in the back of my mind somewhere that Carvelis might have opened up once before against Middlesex over the years and done some damage. He's obviously been playing second fiddle here to Carson. Two 50s in first-class cricket. Oh, they've taken the run. And they're through. Oh, he hasn't grounded the bat, mind you. Now they're thinking about buzzers. They're not going to do it. Was that the right decision to take a single now?
I've seen the stumps hit 2 or 3 times. A casual run in. Doesn't ground the bat, but then his foot does get in just before the ball hits the stump. So very casual bit of running. Last ball of Cornwell's spell. Can he pick up a 4th?
Oh, he's swung hard and he's missed. Feels like a little bit of an error, that, from a Sussex point of view. 49 done. So too is Carson. Done for 73, but he's done some damage along the way. 247 for 9. Yeah, carveless of those 2 50s, one of them was a 50 on debut for Sussex at Lord's, helping to seal a draw. I think that was the match when Pujara got 2-3-1. Middlesex very nearly turned that match around. Yeah, Sussex 5-2-3. Then we had a Roland Jones special. He hit 85, and Middlesex were at the top end of the square that day, and he hit one of the biggest sixes I've ever seen. Across Lords, Simpson with 109 for Middlesex. There were 181 for 9, with 57 from Carvelous and Clark 56. Got a feeling Archie Lennon batted for a very long time in that innings as well. But he needs Crocombe to get a single here off Feldman to give him the strike. Let's have a chance to have a little go at Lords once again. And there it is, they'll get the single. 5 balls left then.
It says a lot about young Feldman that he's entrusted with the final over of the innings at 18 years old on debut. He's had an outstanding debut so far, both with ball in hand and in the field. Can he close it out here? Not get damaged too much.
Now he tries to go up and over, and he does get it over. Only just, but it's another boundary. And the 250's up for Sussex.
This just goes over the head of cover and almost carries to the boundary rider. That's how small that boundary is. Look at that. It's not too far away from carrying to deep point either. Change of pace into the pitch from Feldman.
Oh, they're going to take the leg by. I think I'd have backed him to keep going here. He batted for more than 2 hours, 138 minutes to save that game. For Sussex, a game where he saved the game. He'd hit 523 in the first innings with a double ton from Pujara. But of that 57, he hit 6 4s and 2 6s. I do seem to remember him clobbering a bit, maybe once the game was safe at the end as they were approaching that final hour. Again for Crocombe, it's just dropped the single here, getting back on strike.
Nah, just swing for the fences. Go on. You've only got 3 balls. Try and hit them all for 6. Give it a go, lad.
Oh, that must have been close.
I almost think he tried it, didn't he, a couple of balls ago, but when you're bowling from this end with the pitch where it is, that sort of slower ball into the pitch. Not the worst when you got deep backward square leg, deep fine leg, deep mid wicket out there. Plenty of options for caught in the deep.
There you go. That's the single off that. This game scampering down. Now 254 for 9. He did say, Floydie, that the way they were going with Carson, it was giving them the chance at that 255, 260.
Yeah, without him, you'd say Middlesex heavy favourites, but I think they probably still are. Middlesex, you'd say nothing wrong with the pitch, short boundary. They probably would have been reasonably happy with that at the start of the day. But let's see, we've got a game on.
And the last ball goes through to the keeper. They'll run the bye. In fact, it'll be a what? No, it is a bide. There's a bye through to the keeper. 255 for 9 it is then. 50 overs done. It was the Carson show in the end with his 73. It's given the Sharks a real chance here at Lord's. Half an hour break at the home of cricket, and it's a busy day inside the ground. It'll be a busy lunch interval for us as well. Do join us back for what looks as though it's going to be a very good game now here at Lord's. The Sharks have given themselves a fighting chance. 256 is the target to win. Join Matt, Kabir, Floyd and myself, Kevin Hand, on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Dafabet. We'll be back in just under 30 minutes. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords for the chase. 256 is the target for Middlesex to win. 255 for 9. A bit of a bailout from the Sharks on this Sunday afternoon. John Simpson there with a cameo at the top, 22. But it was a fabulous knock by Carson. Managed to steer the Sharks to a total which will be challenging for Middlesex. Carlos at the end was unbeaten. Quite perhaps get the big hits away he'd have liked, but he got a few. And it's a lot better than it could have been for Sussex. Couple of slips in place for John Simpson as he orchestrates matters back at Lords once more. In the power play, just 2 outside the 30-yard circles, a deep third and a deep square. And here's Carvelis to Cracknell. Length ball, a little bit of shape away from the right-hander. There was certainly a little bit of movement this morning for Middlesex, for Roland Jones. Pulled 8 on the bounce from the pavilion end. Cornwell started up nicely as well at the nursery. But Carey's and Cracknell out to open. Robson will wait his turn. I think that means that these two will be given a little bit of freedom in the power play to try and have some fun. And that's through. Nice shot in between point and cover. Middlesex off the mark with 3. Well played from Cracknell, and I'll say if it was just to go slightly with a hunch at the interval, it would be that Sussex went too early, looking to go too big today. Got themselves in a bit of a mess. It's a modest enough chase in modern day list A cricket, I'd say, for Middlesex. He's a man who was going pretty well the other day at Somerset. A disappointing way to get out for Cracknell, giving out LBW on a ball that didn't strike the pad, struck the glove on a reverse sweep. And a bit of shape away again there. But yeah, he's still awaiting his first professional century. Scored a century for Yorkshire. For Leeds Bradford, sorry, at Headingley against Yorkshire. And he's off the mark, chopping down to deep third for a single, but yeah, 3 consecutive first-class 50s on the bounce and a list A 50 to make it 4 in a row on the 50 count. Can he? Well, certainly he can. When will he go one better? First boundary. Cracknell clips it back with a square. Middlesex 8 without loss here.
Bit of a gift, perfect for Cracknell to get his first boundary. That's what you want, isn't it? Nice, juicy half volley on the pads, just get it off the toes. Filing up. It's a great opportunity for a boundary.
Oh, dropped short and punished first ball. 4 more for Cracknell. Into double figures already. And a lovely leave. I think we saw in the first over just, yeah, I don't want to hammer it too much, but we saw a 3 out to the big boundary in the offside. It just runs around the park on a day like this. You do see it sometimes that a side can get a little bit obsessed by a short boundary. Maybe a good toss to win for Middlesex. Just put the ball into Sussex's court. Throws the hands at that. And it's through for 4 more. I said, Floyd, just see it so many times here at Lords in particular, where Middlesex being tenants of the MCC, they're often at the top end of the square or the bottom end of the square. It's not middle of the square. So you see this imbalance with the boundary so often, and you do just see a side get themselves. Middlesex will do it themselves on occasion. Just become slightly obsessed with it, whether it's the field placing, whether it's when they're batting. For me, it's a day where you just let the bowlers make the mistake. Oh, there's width in that, but it moved for Hudson Prentice on this occasion.
This is the most swing we've seen all day, really. Any bowler, just those last 3 deliveries from Hudson Prentice.
And that'll help to put a little bit of doubt in the batter's mind for the first time. Lovely ball, really good. Fine into the over, just line and length, and that away movement again.
That's a lavish swing, isn't it? It really is. It's quite early from the hand.
Oh, that might have a chance, and it's gone. Well, beats the inside edge with the slope it needs to straighten.
Gut feeling here was a tad high, maybe. Didn't nip in, it was a good delivery. Possibly. Next side as well. Apart from the knee roll, until he's deep in his crease there, the carries. That's one thing you would say. It's close, that's for sure. Too disappointing, not like previous game when he got hit on the glove and got given out LBW. As many complaints here. He's been in good form. Very good form. Kevin. Rolls into the crease, used to opening the batting, of course. He's
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad ploy to go with Cracknell and De Carey's at the top, Robson at 3, just let the openers go out there and play with some freedom. Robson can come in and play the longer game if there's an early wicket, as there's been here. Yeah, my first feeling was it wasn't straightening, so he was a little unlucky, but then, as you say, he was deep in the crease, which again took the height factor out of it to some extent. I reckon at very least if they'd have gone upstairs it would have been umpire's call. And that's nicely played. Sam Robson at his best. Full ball on the stumps. Clicked away through mid-wicket.
Sam Robson, that is one of his shots. He's so good at clipping off the legs. Some batsmen in that situation would actually hit it quite square. Just get one to the deep square leg. But it's a dent to play for a shot. Robson knew where the space was. It was in front square.
Gets away with that. Short fine leg doing the fielding. Robson might have fancied it had 4 more there. Bowling to an Australian born, played for England. Would you believe him if he told you that he said he supported the Lions in the rugby in England and cricket? I reckon we'd give him 50-50. England in the cricket, Australia in the rugby. Top ball to end the over. It started with the wicket of De Carey's. It's only 2 for 1 after 3. Yeah, like I say, it's almost as though it's not a free hit for Cracknell and De Carey's at the top, but with Robson at 3, you know, in their own minds, they're possibly more positive batters than Robson. But then Robson will refute that fully because he's got all the shots. Always fancied himself in the T20 side, and he ever got a couple of glimpses. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? The list A and first class skills far more transferable than, well, certainly first class and T20 obviously, but even list A and T20 at this level, as we talked about earlier, the pitches, the depth of squads. That's a lovely shot. He was thinking about it last ball, but he was watchful and careful and just eased to mid-on. He'll pick up 2 on this occasion. Banging the drum here, Ardo, but already we've seen a couple of 2s, a 3 out into that vast expanse to the grandstand. It's a thick edge up the outside shoulder. Deep third will hold them to a couple. Shape on that again. Into the 4th, 27 for 1. Yeah, you're absolutely right about them getting bogged down at the start against Somerset. And that's what I was saying about this morning, where I felt there was a little bit in it in the pitch for Middlesex. Yeah, they were 42 without loss after 6, and then 13.3 overs, was it, when that wicket fell? 13.4. They were 63 for 1, so they added 21 in 7.4 overs, or 7.3, then the loss of Crack. Just started to get it right. Jake Ball it was who made the big impact, but also Pretorius started to get it right more through that opening spell that morning. There was just a little bit happening at Radlett. I reckon similarly again this morning, it was a good one to bowl first up. Interesting the swing though, isn't it? The sunny day at Lords, they say look up, not down. Look at the shape with the 2 white balls out there. Leg side to Robson again, and again put away, this time for 6. See that side on again. This is the side on again. Let's watch how high up the bat this hits. Maybe not quite as high as I first thought, but it wasn't even sweet out of the middle. And that little push straight of a wide mid-on. And this is where Sam Robson's so good at scoring quickly. He's just got such masterful control. Doesn't need to be powerful, big hits all the time. There we go. Short and wide and punished. 4 more. Middlesex are flying here at the start. Oh dear. Well, he's going at 10s, Carvallis. It's an expensive over, 16 off it. Feels like Sussex have got it slightly wrong so far today, and they're going to have to be careful. Required rate already down to 4.7. Long way to go, of course, and a couple of wickets change that quickly. And there you go. Just wait for any little mistake by the bowler and punish it. You can just see that Sussex here really struggling at the start. That's well run. Just easing that single in front of Lamb. All the pressure on the bowlers here in power play 1. It's not been particularly any high risk cricket from Middlesex. That is going to go as well into the slot for Robson. Still 2 slips in place. And closer to the sweeper on this occasion, just the single. How long can Simpson keep those slips there? Run rate at 10s. There goes one of them. Another one, offered up and put away. Cracknell cashes in this time. Just feels like they've gone hunting too quickly today, the Sharks. Hunting those runs, now hunting wickets. Back to that, a little bit of line and length. Be so aggressive with the lines and lengths, it's been costly. 2 slips in, attacking Middlesex, and they just put away some wayward bowling when just focusing on the top of off stump. Perhaps would have been the better way. Similarly with the bat, just went hunting the boundaries too quickly and too often. Still a game of cricket to be played. Still a couple of wickets and things can turn quickly, but at the moment it feels as though they've played into Middlesex's hands, both with bat and ball. And there is Sam Robson at his absolute best. Back foot punch, square of the wicket, 4 more.
And they keep coming, the boundaries. We've seen all kinds of shots so far, haven't we? We've seen clips off the legs, pull shot, cuts, back foot punches, drives. They've just offered so much for the batters, these 2 seamers. Different lengths, different lines. Might need a change of bowling pretty soon, I think. Over bowled, another 2 boundaries in that one. Run rate 9.43. Once again, let us know where you are watching us. Wherever you are in the world, let us know what you're doing, who you are, thoughts on the game. We've had people watching in the Philippines, south of France, Czech Republic, Newcastle, all over the place. So let us know where you are. Right, definitely feels like it's time for a bowling change, doesn't it? Those 2 opening bowlers just bowling both sides of the wicket. Too many 4 deliveries. Something had to be done, and it's going to be spin. So Carson, looking forward to seeing how he goes today with ball. He'll be confident after that fantastic innings of 73.
Well, it's been his day so far with the bat for Sussex. Floydie, they really need it to be his day with the ball now, don't they?
Oh, a bit of turn straight away. 50 partnership with that wide.
Robson 35 of them, Cracknell 13, 29 balls. Been an extraordinary start, hasn't it?
Sam Robson with a late charge to put his hand up to be a T20 player. at this rate. Wrong line, especially with the turn that he's found in the first few deliveries. That was all about the line. Swept on line, I think, by Cracknell. Wasn't a predetermined sweep shot. He just reacted to where the ball was.
It's tough on the spinner to come in at this stage now, isn't it? In the power play, 2 batters flying at the moment. Middlesex had that luxury, didn't they, of going through. Was it 8 and 6, I think, for Roland Jones and Cornwell to begin? Maybe even 8 and 7.
Well, Sussex immediately are now having to think about, right, we're going to need to take wickets here because we can't just contain them with the start that they've got. It just changes the complexion, really, of the game early on. So important when you get ahead of the rate early as a chasing side. Required rate is only 4.37 at the moment.
Lovely shot again. Swept sweetly in front of that short fine leg on this occasion.
Well, this was a lot straighter than the previous sweep. More a sweep on length, but really nicely controlled and placed by Cracknell. A lot coming out the middle of the bat. Both of these two Middlesex batters at the moment, whatever they try.
It's just amazing how low risk the cricket has been from Middlesex so far. It just goes to show, doesn't it? And again, we don't think that Sussex have played this particularly well so far in the power play. Quite rightly at the top, had 2 slips in place. They were probably a little too late in taking those slips out. At least one of them. And that is a fine tickle again. Wides. Well, not sure Simpson thinks it's wise, whether there was a little bit of pad in it, leg by, but.
And Carson's come on and he hasn't got his line right either. You can see this turn on offer, so he's got to really hang the ball outside off stump a little bit more, get it turning into off stump. No, that's not done it either. It's turning, yeah, he knows it, just hasn't got his radar sorted. So the plan of Simpson would have been, I'll get my spinner on, just tighten up a little bit, and so far, it's not worked. 13 off the first 5 deliveries.
Yeah, some days the plans just don't come off, do they? And I think that's been one of those days so far for Sussex. Middlesex would have been kicking themselves that Sussex got as far as 255 in the end. I'd imagine they will be kicking themselves and anybody around them if they don't see this home from here. 79 for 1 after 8. 4.2 the required rate, and fair old bit of batting in this Middlesex side.
Double change, Henry Crocombe coming on for Hudson Prentice. And probably something that had to be done, given how the 2 opening bowlers bowled. Edward Walker is watching in Chester. Hello, Edward. Reza Majorali in Tottenham. Presume a Middlesex fan, but you never know. Could be a Sussex fan. Let us know where you are, wherever it is.
Sussex are 33 for 2 after 8. It's a stark contrast. And Middlesex had just taken a couple at that point, hadn't they, with Roland Jones, slowed them down for a fair while. I do think there is a big difference between, well, that 11 o'clock start at Radlett the other day and again this morning at Lord's. But no doubt today Sussex have not put the ball regularly in the right spot. to scamper that one in the end. Dropping short and punished. Mid off and mid on up. And just rocking back Cracknell.
Again, it's a shot he plays really well. And he often, when he plays the pull shot, Cracknell, he goes very straight like that. He can pull it over mid on and mid wicket very comfortably. Just stands there and delivers.
Oh, goodness me. Watch yourself in the stand. That was hit so hard. Hardest of the day, perhaps.
Yeah, hard and flat. That's a crowd killer. You've got to watch out for those. See if we can see where it went. Would have thumped into the tier. Yeah, I think it's hit the top tier and bounced down. So probably lucky for the spectators in a way. What a shot. That's right out the middle.
They've got lucky, those punters there. He's on 47 from 27 now, Cracknell. Keep your eyes on the ball. More bowls. Better from Crocombe. Started the over pretty well. 4 and the 6. Punishing from Cracknell. And this is the Cracknell of old, which is a strange thing to say because he is still a young man. But this is the Cracknell that earned himself that rookie call-up to London Spirit under Owen Morgan. 9 gone, 90 for 1. 47 from 29. Perhaps he's eyeing a wildcard call-up still.
Wow, this form, yeah, I'm sure people will be taking note. He's so good to watch when he gets going. Cracknell, he's stocky, short guy. He packs a real punch. It feels like the bowlers have fed the strengths of the batters as well so far. We've seen a few balls that Sam Robson's been able to clip off his legs, which is not where you want to bowl to him early in his innings. And with Cracknell now, just dropped it short a couple of times, both sides of the wicket. And he'll pull you all day long if he gets the right length. So just either not doing their homework or not bowling to the plan. And they could do with just a few tight overs here just to put some kind of pressure on Robson and Cracknell, because there's not much at the moment. Catherine Stevens watching the live stream from Hampshire. Hello, Catherine. Who are you supporting then if you're in Hampshire? Is it Sussex or Middlesex? Let us know where you're watching, what you're doing. I'm still stunned we've got someone on an island in Philippines watching us in Boracay of all places.
Just wondering how aggressive these two will be in the final over of the power play now. Deep square and deep mid-wicket set back for Cracknell. I'm going to change that now for Robson with a long on and a deep mid-wicket. Just a little shuffle from both so far. I feel like Robson's setting himself up for a big one here. What with the blast, it's a barren spell in the middle of the season for someone like Sam Robson who doesn't play T20. And equally with the birth of his first child this year, he's missed 3 championship games. So he's only played 8 of the 11 so far. And of those innings, I reckon off the top of my head, he's probably only had about 11 or 12 innings. So he'll be keen to enjoy his day at the sun, in the sun at Lord's today. Only 3 for 1. That's the end of the power play. Here's how it looked. Well, that is a stark contrast. 45 for 2 compared to Middlesex's 93 for 1. I don't often go early on nailing my thoughts on where a match is going and how it's going, but they will be furious if they do not see this one from here, Middlesex.
Yeah, in response to your question, Handy, Sam Robson's had 8 matches in the county championship this year, 13 innings, 443 runs at 34, 100, 350s. So not bad, but by his standards, probably just slightly below what you'd expect.
Yeah, it was a slow start, and that was where Richard Johnson losing his job as coach. He felt for him because Robson, sticky start, then he was out the side for 3 games, understandably so. Oh, look at that. That's a passy trick from Sam Robson. He's into the 40s.
A bit of luck. I think he was trying to go up and over. He just threw everything at that, didn't he? But it was a thick edge. A little bit of luck over that slip. But once you get the width, so you're going to go hard, and a bit of a flourish as well. He does that sometimes, Robson, where he tries to go up and over, and he has that flourish and sometimes gets down on one knee. Very Caribbean-esque.
Yeah, I was mentioning Robson. A weight of runs that you'd hope for in the first half of the summer that perhaps wasn't there in the last couple of games. They've started to rack up. But Leas Deploy and Ryan Higgins as well had a slow start with the bat. Between those 3, it was an awful lot of runs that were missing for Middlesex. So you felt somewhat for Richard Johnson when he lost his job. Middlesex not quite as high in the table as they'd expect to be. Still got a chance though in the championship, 3 games to go. This summer they'll need to win all 3 of them. With that, they have to hope that results go their way elsewhere, in particular for Glamorgan, who currently holds 2nd spot. But Glamorgan do still have to play Lancashire in Cardiff. Will be brimming from a heavy defeat to Glamorgan at Old Trafford a couple of weeks back. Couple of away games as well in that time against Northamptonshire and Derbyshire, are both above Middlesex, so themselves will be thinking about promotion prospects. But Robson, like Middlesex, will hope that they're coming into form for the running in the championship. Got some work to do in the One Day Cup first, and still a job to do here certainly. Just a single, he's on to 49 and keep the strike, end of the 11th. Middlesex 99 for 1.
Hello, Dave TVT, watching the live stream from sunny Bracknell. Not a million miles away. Sun's out in quite a lot of places in the UK today. It's a great Sunday. James Knightley are watching in Melbourne, but then he puts in brackets Derbyshire, not Australia. Not quite as glamorous, but I'm sure it's quite nice there, isn't it? James is a Middlesex exile. Catherine's reply to us said that her late parents both came from Sussex, so the family supported them, so she's supporting the Sharks today. We've got another North London exile here, Ginger Sonny Boy watching from Yorkshire. North London exile, lovely day at Lords today. Wish I was down there. Yeah, it is a cracking day here. Really is. Good time to be in the sun with a nice cold one in your hands. And we're going to have a change of spinner from the nursery end. Lenham, the leggy, coming on, so the slope should help his leg spin. We saw Holman bowl from that end and it struggled a little bit initially in his first spell. But at least if you drag one down, you're less likely to get hit for 6 on the leg side on that short boundary.
There it is. 50 for Cracknell. 100 up for Middlesex. 33 balls for his 50. 9th for that powerful 6 as well. It's been a brilliant start.
What an innings from Cracknell. He's just very simple. Put away the bad deliveries. He's been aggressive. He's not let the bowlers settle at all. Powerful as ever. That's not bounced at all, has it? Dug that out. Again, off the middle of the bat, though. If he bats for another 30 balls, I think this game will be over. The way he's going. That one did keep low. He's just telling that to Sam Robson. Richard Atkinson watching from Plymouth, Middlesex Supporters Club. Plymouth branch, he says. At the moment, you just don't know where Sussex are going to be able to stem the runs, because that's the first thing they've got to do. And one way of doing that, of course, is to pick up a wicket, but you can't see where that's coming from at the moment.
Skipper in next, who had been one of the form batters this season, Ben Geddes. Again, another one who might feel a little hard done by to miss out on the 100 this year. Hit 6 sixes at Taunton earlier this summer, not in an over. But in a brilliant 50. Bludgeoned the ball around Taunton. End of the 12th, 106 for 1. I was just looking at Sussex's plight there. 13 points clear of second bottom Durham in Division 1, Yorkshire and Essex in between those sides as well. Worcestershire rooted to the bottom on 89. But equally, Sussex slightly looking up above them. Surrey and Nottinghamshire gone in that sense. Only 22 points behind Somerset in third. So things can turn quickly for the Sharks. They still have Hampshire to play at Hove, Yorkshire at Hove, and then they finish up at the bottom club Worcestershire. So with a couple of home games to come against the sides either side of them in the table, then they'll be pretty confident, the Sharks, they'll be able to pick up enough points to be sure they're in Division 1 next year. But again, all that to come. There's One Day Cup glory to be had still.
Can see here that Joe Cracknell's got off to such a good start that he's feeling it, isn't he? He's feeling really confident, and that can be dangerous because you start playing a shot of ball almost. That wasn't quite there for that shot, was it? It was a good length ball, and he was kind of neither forward nor back. Ball seaming in, he could have easily chopped on. Just got to rein yourself in a little bit sometimes when you get off to these starts.
It's a well-run single. Well, yeah, exactly that, Floyd. You think of Simpson's dismissal. 4 pulled straight of the deep square and then pulled straight down the throat. Next ball of Holman. And was nothing more than a cameo for the Sussex skipper.
Joe Cracknell's having a really good year, isn't he, really? If you think about what he did in the county championship, maiden first class 100, 50 as well, second in the averages for Middlesex. Only played 4 games, but averaging 59, only behind Kane Williamson.
Oh, now up and over off the top edge, races away for 4. Little stroke of luck for Robson.
Felt like this was a glove, the way that it looped over the keeper. Yeah, I think it's off the glove and straight over. Could have easily just popped up to the keeper. Beaten for pace, I think. Crocombe just got a bit of extra bounce. It's a risky ball to bowl, isn't it, with that short boundary. That time he got it right.
And Robson moves to 50 with a fine glance. 36 balls, 9th 4 and a 6 for Robson. And he and Cracknell sharing a partnership of 98 so far, taking this game quickly away from Sussex.
2 rapid half centuries done in different styles. I think if you look at Sam Robson's wagon wheel, I'd love to see how many he scored with that clip off the hip. Quite a few in front of square, a few behind square as well. He is an expert at that shot. He's looked exceptionally solid, hasn't he? Even that forward defence right out in the middle of the bat. It's another over with a couple of bad balls, or a couple of balls that are gone for 4. There we go. Yeah, look at all those clips. All those on the leg side, pretty much clips off the legs. And then he's had one very nice cover drive and one nice back foot punch behind square as well. Compare that to Joe Cracknell, who's played nicely through the offside. Early on, threw his hands at a couple, and then some heavy pull shots in there as well, including those 2 straight boundaries. They were pull shots. 2 different styles of batting. Crowd have enjoyed it, haven't they? They've been entertained the last 13 overs. It'd be nice to be out there right now. It's a perfect temperature, not too hot, 25, 26. Nice, lazy Sunday watching a bit of cricket.
4,500 is the current estimate inside Lords today. It's a lovely sight. See so many packed in. It'll be the biggest attendance of the season, which potentially will make it the biggest attendance outside of T20 since Middlesex won the title in 2016, that 10,000 that were in. There's the century stand, and with a boundary as well. Long off can't get there. There's not much right happening for Sussex today at Lords.
He just leaned into this one, Sam Robson. That's how you play the cover drive. Nothing but a push, really. There you go. It's all about the placement. And it was once again absolutely perfect.
Smeared away. Middlesex chasing this down at a canter at the moment.
Well, this could be over in 25 overs if it carries on like this. Just Sussex bowling, I'm afraid. It's been all over the shop. So dragged down, kept low. Robson got low. Washed it all the way onto the bat, hit it well in front of square. Feels like these 2 batters have not had to take any risks whatsoever. Just sit there and wait for the bad ball, because there have been plenty of them. I'd love to know what Paul Farbrace thinks of this start for Sussex. I don't think it'll be very complimentary.
Well, at this stage, were it not for that rearguard action by Carson, this game would all be over by now already. So I can't imagine captain or coach would be best impressed with the performance today so far. Of course it happens. I need to press any panic buttons, but it just seems like one of those days where nothing they've tried has gone right, apart from that Carson innings, really. Can't take anything away from Hudson Prentice and his efforts with the bat as well, but ultimately, having got yourself in, how often do you say it? You've got to go on.
Just seems too easy off Lenham at the moment, doesn't it? His 2 overs have gone for 18. Just seem to be able to pick up singles at will with the field spread as well. That blue worm's just going further and further away from the red worm at the moment. Wicket could change things. But the problem that John Simpson has got is that all of his bowlers have been expensive. He's used 5 bowlers so far. A lot of big tall blue towers early on. Yeah, well ahead of the game. Yeah, 5 bowlers used. The best economy rate of those 5 bowlers is Jack Carson with 8. That's the best economy rate. All between 8 and 9.5. Well, here's the 6th bowler, Danny Lamb. Can he bring things back? Very good at changing his pace. Experienced bowler, used to play for Lancashire. Good one-day bowler. They need him to bring it back. Expect lots of changes of pace from him. Keeper up. I think that was a knuckleball, actually. The way that he put the ball into his hand might have been. These are boxer tricks. Danny Lamb. Let's see if we can see here what that. Yeah, I think that's a knuckleball. Dave Dartnell watching with his 3 chihuahuas in Billericay. Lifelong Middlesex fan. Hello Dave, hello chihuahuas. Darren Brown. Don't think it's not Darren Brown the magician, is it? Was that Darren Brown? Middlesex supporter watching from Pevensey Bay, East Sussex. You better keep your Middlesex allegiances quiet, I reckon, around there, Darren.
Robson having some fun out there today. It's powered ahead of Cracknell. He's pulled out some big shots, but Robson easing it around Lords.
I wonder if this could have been stopped. Yeah, might have just slightly dived over it, the fielder. It's an interesting race between these two, isn't it? Robson and Cracknell. Cracknell ahead early. Robson's caught up and overtaken now. Very similar strike rate. luck. Just one that seams in. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You watch these two batters. Very different approaches, different ways to score runs. Robson's more of a touch player, slightly unconventional stance, but all timing great off his legs. He can drive exceptionally well. He knows his scoring areas, more of a front foot player really, whereas Cracknell just sort of stand and deliver, doesn't move his feet too much, throws his hands at things that are wide, pulls exceptionally well, picks up length. Very different styles, but they're both scoring pretty much at exactly the same scoring rate. Shows that in cricket there's more than one way to skin a cat in terms of batting. He's really skidding on, isn't it, from Lenham? Just low arm action, and compare it to, say, Holman, who's a tall guy, got a bit more bounce. Richard Ewan, Middlesex supporter since my teens, now living in sunny Dorset. Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? A day like today, sunny Dorset. Hello, Stuart Falconer. Come on, Middlesex. Watching from Pinkney's Green, Maidenhead. I'm not sure I've been there. I've been to Maidenhead. Anyone overseas? We've had some overseas people watching, haven't we, so far? Anyone else other than the Philippines or south of France or Czech Republic? Must be a few more of you out there. Need to check, but this might be one of the few overs, if not the first over, without a boundary scored in this innings.
Fair bet it's the cheapest of the innings, just the one off it. 132 for one.
So it's not the first over without a boundary, but would you believe it, the first over in the innings without a boundary was the 10th over. No wonder Middlesex have raced ahead. That's been the problem. Just every over almost there's been at least one loose delivery, boundary delivery. That's all you need to get your scoring rate well up.
As Cracknell and Robson there, you've got to take the centuries, haven't you? You've got to ease off a little bit. Make sure there's no gimmies here. Don't let the concentration slip away at all. 256, we were saying that Sussex had given themselves every chance. Carson had potentially not quite turned the game, but 200 was certainly going to be too low. Suggest this is the kind of performance Middlesex expected to put in on Wednesday, and they'll be glad to be on course to be putting that right immediately, especially with a tough couple of games coming up, Durham and Rugby. Robson's got another one away. He's just done that all day, hasn't he? Steered and guided.
And how good has he been at just hitting the gaps? You know, open the face there, knew exactly what he was doing. It's just a masterclass really in doing that today. Any young batter watching, a young boy, a young girl, just about how Sam Robson has opened the face and hit the gaps both on the leg side and offside as well, used his wrists when he's needed to, but every time he just seems to hit it in the gap. Superb batting. Without taking any undue risk, he's got 69 of 48 balls. This is a great opportunity, isn't it, for both these batters? It's the perfect scenario. You've got away to a flyer, you're feeling $1 million, you're well ahead of the run rate. So all that can derail you here is, as a team, is wickets. That's a good ball from Lamb, that's seamed away. So all you have to worry about really is just not getting out. You haven't got to score that quickly from here, and you're going to get 100. They've done the hard work now. This is a great opportunity, particularly for Joe Cracknell, who's never got a list A 100 before. This is a great opportunity for him at the home of cricket to do that for the first time. Lift his helmet. Just a little bit loose from Robson there. And Robson too, you know, someone who's been around the game for a long time, but you don't get too many opportunities for hundreds in professional cricket. And at the age of 36, he's got 3, which is not a huge amount for someone of his ability. So great chance for number 4. Just don't waste it when you get in these kind of moods and this kind of form, this kind of position, when the game is not safe, but you know, you've done the hard work and you're seeing the ball like a football. These are the times you've got to cash in. Don't throw it away on a good pitch.
Oh, and now it's Cracknell. We've seen Robson do that.
Just too much width. Maybe if you're going to bowl with that much width, you need to have your man behind square a bit finer, probably. Well guided though by Cracknell. 143 for 1, 2 more boundaries in the over. Thanks for getting in touch, everyone, wherever you are, whether it's the UK or somewhere else. A couple of fans in America. Michael Robson, hello from Miami. Hello, Michael. Must be what time over there? I'm guessing morning, late morning, yeah, something like that. On a Sunday, just getting up. Probably sunny there, I would imagine.
I was going to say, what would the temperature be there right now?
Michael can let us know. How hot is it out there, mate? That's a good length from Lenham. First time he's kind of defeated the batter in terms of the foot movement. Length was such that he wasn't sure whether to go forward or back, and kind of did neither. Ollie West, good morning from the Brooklyn branch of the Middlesex CCC New York City Supporters Club. Good morning, Ollie. Bet you're enjoying it out there. Did not know there was a Middlesex New York City Supporters Club. Might have to look them up next time I'm there. If I ever go there. I've been there for a long time, must say.
Sounds like a trip for a guest speaker at the Middlesex Supporters branch of the Brooklyn Club.
Yep, I am available. If anyone's listening wants to pay my airfare.
Chop fine of the fielder, chop for 4 more.
Oh, it's a nice shot, that, isn't it? Again, just about placement. Didn't try to hit too hard. It wasn't actually that short, that delivery. It was kind of a good length. But he's in such good form, so high on confidence, still manages to find the middle of the bat. And again, this one races away. He put more into this shot, was almost exactly the same as the previous ball, but just with more of a flourish. He put more into it. Just went that bit quicker to the fence. Two very good shots there, you've got to say. Not too short, those deliveries, just a hint of width. Once again, 2 more boundaries in the over. Middlesex march on. 152 for 1 off 18 overs. Chasing 256. All right, now we're cooking, Kevin. First of all, update from Miami. Michael says it's 11:15 a.m. Cool 85 today. So that's what, in the 20s, I would say, something like that. I'm more of a centigrade than a Fahrenheit man, I got to say. David Rose from Herzliya in Israel. Fraser Case, hello from Ayia Napa in Cyprus. That's the party bit, isn't it? Ayia Napa. You must have been there.
Couldn't possibly comment. In another lifetime. Although if Middlesex win the One Day Cup this year, need to find somewhere to go and celebrate.
Well, maybe out to Brooklyn to all go and have a dinner with the Middlesex New York City Supporters Club.
Just a slice of Joe's Pizza will do.
Swung in a little bit, didn't it, to Sam Robson. I think he bowls a lot of knuckleballs, which our friends in America watching, we know exactly what that is. But yeah, that's how he holds the ball, isn't he? So he hides the ball a la Adam Holyoke. He's put it in like a knuckleball there. Whether he then changes his grip before he bowls it and bowls with a more traditional release, it's hard to tell, but that's definitely how he often puts the ball into the hand. But if you're a batter, you can see that, can't you? If you're watching him, you can see how he puts the ball in. There you go. So that's how he does it. But I think sometimes he then switches his grip to a traditional grip. But it does seem often, doesn't it? It comes out off pace as a change-up. And that knuckleball is just so hard to pick up as a batter, because often the seam remains upright, doesn't it? I still find, I know it's been happening for years now, the knuckleball in cricket, but I still find it just amazing how they bowl it.
Jay Dernbach's back of the hand delivery was one of the original mystery slower balls, wasn't it? Nobody could pick him. What was he saying? There's so many variations, isn't there? There he goes again.
Well bowled. He's probably been the most economical of all the bowlers so far, but he's still going at over 5 and over. The thing is with all those change-ups is they're much more effective if your stock delivery is a bit quicker. And Lamb's stock delivery isn't going to be that quick, so when he does bowl you the knuckleball, it's a bit easier to pick it up or to not be deceived by it. Few in the boxes, in the hospitality areas as well.
That's the President's box in the grandstand, which will be the Middlesex room while the others rebuilt in the new Allen stand.
Yeah, Carson back on. He only got a couple of overs, which was a bit of a surprise because he's one of the key bowlers, but he just didn't bowl well, did he? He just got his line all wrong from this end. Ball was turning, but mostly down leg side.
It's nearly through. It's a good stop. Some Prentice out there.
Immediately, though, that's a better line, isn't it, from Carson? That's what he needs to do with that turn on offer. Just toss it up outside off stump. Try and get the batter driving against the spin. West Ham boy 95 thinks he's having a bit of fun with us. He's saying, I'm viewing at the Malaga Airport Supporters Club. I think he means he's just at Malaga Airport.
Now, Simpson nearly judged that, didn't he? Went early. It's something else you see nowadays, isn't it? Little paddle, lap like that, and the keeper going early to judge it. Got a couple though. Do you remember that TV series, the 1980s V, with the aliens? Those are the glasses they used to wear, weren't they? Massive, thick 1980s sunglasses like that, the aliens.
Mate, do I look like I was watching TV in the 80s? Look at me.
Single 20 over, 20 done, 159 for one. Now you're a picture of health, Floydie. It's one of us has clearly been eating too much of the red velvet cheesecake downstairs.
Sadly, I was around in the 80s and I was old enough to remember that show.
They were lizards though, not sharks, weren't they?
Were they?
Yeah, under the that was why they had to wear the glasses. Oh.
He's nursing that beer very closely, isn't he? 2 hands on it, doesn't want to let it go. Right, got to keep concentrating here, lads. Particularly you, Mr. Cracknell. 23 runs away now from a landmark. Oh, great stop. Really good that from Carter. They need a wicket there, don't they, Sussex? It's the only way they can halt this inevitable charge towards 256 of Middlesex.
Oh, now that was uppish for a moment.
Yeah, second time actually that he's hit in the air to that area off Danny Lamb. Previous one just dropped short. That one was catchable, but just wide. I think it's that constant change of pace. You're not quite sure what's coming out. And can create that kind of a shot. Clip off your legs in the air or drive to short extra cover.
Oh, That chop short, and it's put straight down the throat of the fielder. Cracknell will be kicking himself for that. 78 from 61. And he sends Lamb straight to the mid-wicket boundary. Sweeper.
Such a shame, isn't it? Just thought it would only take a mistake, and that was a long hop, really. All he had to do was just hit it 2 yards either side of that fielder. It was going to be a 6 probably. And he picks him out. Joe Cracknell will be thinking right now, what have I done? That was a great opportunity for him to get to 3 figures for the first time in list day cricket. But great innings. Let's not take away from that fact. 78 off 61 balls. His start has basically put Middlesex in a position where it's going to be hard to lose this game. He's got them off to an absolute flyer, and he played really well without taking much risk. Just powerful, strong shots around the wicket. Showed what he can do as an opener in the 50-over format. He's definitely enhanced his reputation significantly today. And it might not get too much easier for Sussex, because got an equally aggressive batter coming out, and Ben Geddes, captain this season for Middlesex, similarly powerful to Joe Cracknell.
It was Ollie Carter who did something similar, wasn't it? Holman dropped short and he dragged it straight to the carry, eyeing up that short boundary. As we said, it's funny how it can get into a batter's mind. Now, a man who loves a hook and a pull is Geddes. He likes to go hard from the off, as we so often say. Positive player. Still 95 to win. So there's plenty of runs still to be scored, but plenty of runs to be had as well for the skipper. Second game in charge for Geddes. Disappointed, of course, with the defeat in the first one at Radlett. Robson still eyeing a century, but Geddes can get himself in. There could be a 50 to be had for him before the game's done. I'm sure they'd like to do this without too much drama or hassle, Middlesex.
Well, Sussex have got to use this now, haven't they? Got a bit of luck with the wicket, but it's an opening, a very small one. And see if they can just open the door a bit more with another wicket quickly. Try and put some pressure on the new batter. Just bring some dots into the equation, even if it's not necessarily going to win them the game, but it'll build up a bit of pressure, won't it? If they just have a few quieter overs here, you never know, the batters might get a little bit angsty and edgy and want to get on with it. That's what they've got to hope for, because really they're going to have to bowl Middlesex out here. If this goes the distance, Middlesex will win. They're not going to bat 50 overs and not get to their target. But then the other thing is, they don't really want them to do that either. Sussex, and just nudge it around, take the 1s and 2s that are available, because that doesn't help them either. So there's an argument here for quite an attacking field, really. Got to win the game, you've got to bowl them out. I understand you've got to have some fielders out on the boundary, but why not try and have mid-on and mid-off up? They're going to start here with Geddes, who's on naught with a long on. Just not sure I agree with that.
Fancy footwork there from umpire Long. Watch old Twinkle Toes in the purple here.
He's using his feet well to Carson, isn't he, Robson? Right from the first ball of his recent spell, he came down the track. He's keen to get down, meet it very full. Take the ones on offer.
Away it goes again. First boundary for Geddes.
He just got a bit of width here. It wasn't a long half volley at all, but it was absolutely crunched through cover. He just waited for it nicely, didn't he? It was tossed up. There was a little bit of risk in the shot, but he really kept his shape beautifully and got right to the pitch as well. Good start by Geddes early in his innings.
It's like Knight Rider. We're doing all the 80s hits here, aren't we?
Oh, that one I know well. David Hasselhoff. It's just going to be one. One thing I never thought I'd see would be a cricket team named after that show, the Kolkata Knight Riders.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work with the Adelaide Airwolves, does it?
Well, Kolkata didn't end up buying a 100 team, did they? The Kolkata owners, but had they done so, you never know. You could have the Manchester Knight Riders coming up, because those names could change. Could be Manchester Super Giants after Lucknow, who the Lucknow owners own them now. You got the Sunrisers Hyderabad owners own the Superchargers, Northern Superchargers. Could be the Northern Sunrisers instead of the Northern Superchargers. You never know.
Northern Sunrisers, that'd get scientists a little worried all around the world, wouldn't it?
How about the Oval Indians? It's an interesting one. So the Oval Invincibles.
Well, we always looked at Surrey and thought they were a bunch of cowboys, to be honest, but they're pretty good now, to be fair.
You've got to wind up our very nice Surrey supporting viewer. You commented earlier, a bit of a joke about how Surrey wanted Feldman, given how well he bowled. 172 for 2 off 23 overs. It's just a nice, easy march towards the target at the moment. Sussex needs something special, something really special from here. Just, at the moment, you're just wondering where it could come from. That's a mistake, but then how are they going to keep the runs down as well? Maybe these two bowlers are the best two options, Carson and Lamb. He's going to come around the wicket, a bit of a change in angle, as Josh De Carey's did from this end to the two right-handers.
Well, this was the line of the angle of attack that brought De Carey such a great economy. Oh, look at that. Glance fine. And glance for 4. Get us into double figures, his second boundary.
Carson slipping back into his habits from earlier in the innings, just getting the line wrong, down the leg side to the right-hander. And it's, well, not exactly a freebie, but it's a safe shot for him to play. I actually didn't mind him bowling over the wicket because he was getting a bit of turn. He just didn't get his line right, but over the wicket, you're going to get more turn. Just got to be brave enough to toss it up a bit outside the off stump. Not too full that the batter can then drive you like we saw with Geddes, but you've got more chance of getting the wicket that way.
Go, opens up the chance for the sweep. Misses out on that one though. Just the boundary off the over on 76 for 2, end of the 24th. Oh, he's a stubborn one, isn't he? Come on, Ben, you can do it. Oh, he's just being kind. He's ushering him away. Let's hope it's not a half volley for the pigeon's sake. Oh, no! So nearly. Ben, it's almost like you planned it.
I'm not a big fan of pigeons, but I didn't want to see this. No one really went, oh, that's not far off, is it? Great replay, that. Well done, cameraman. That's brilliant. Still around. Lives to fight another day.
Back for more.
Oh, maybe he's a former cricket player and he's just used to fielding at Silly Point. He just felt more comfortable there.
Here comes, there you go, Dick Dastardly's got rid of him.
Not to get too dark, but have you seen too many pigeon deaths in your commentating career?
Well, we nearly did last year, but apparently the ground staff, we're told, kept the pigeon alive. Yeah, sadly took quite the blow from a ball and didn't look too well, but the ground staff downstairs did a miraculous job and certainly kept the pigeon alive for a couple of days. And as I understand, a full recovery for that pigeon last year. Yeah. Nearly through.
How was that missed? I thought that had bowled him neck and crop. Oh, that's not far away, is it? It's not really bounced too much either. Oh.
Do you know, one of the most famous ones was at Hove, wasn't it? I think it might have been Ryan Higgins hit a seagull, didn't he? When he was hitting a 6. And there you go. Slammed for 6 by Geddes. You can't bowl there to him.
And that's what Joe Cracknell was trying to do. Geddes just getting it behind square enough. Flat 6. Both very good pullers of the ball. So he'll give us a good angle. Yeah, he gets deep in his crease, doesn't he? And doesn't really make a big movement, does he? Similar to Cracknell, just sort of plays it from the crease. I think they're still looking for the ball, aren't they? Has it gone down that gap? Could have bounced out to the main road through that gap, because there's just a sort of gate behind there, isn't there? The long gate round behind the mound stand. Could be in the Danubius Hotel.
No sign of it yet. Looks like they've just kept... No, it's not for you, Longy. Leave it alone. You'll be in the Danubia soon enough yourself, Longy, don't worry.
Right, now he's got to check the ball. What's happened to it? Do you think someone just pocketed it and ran off with it? It was quite a long delay there. He didn't really look at it for too long, did he, Nigel Long? He just, oh, that's fine.
He's copped it today from us, hasn't he, Longy?
Got a bit of pigeon information given to us by one of our viewers, the man with a view, about that pigeon. When he was looking at that replay in the close-up, he obviously got a good look, because he said, you can tell by the beak, it's just fledged. It's interesting. So it was a young pigeon.
Do you mean we've finally seen a baby pigeon?
I'm even more glad it survived now.
Yeah.
Danny Lamb just grimacing, isn't he? I think he's been diving around and the ball's been hitting him on the fingers and diving around in the dirt. That's going to be drinks. 25 overs gone, 184 for 2. Well-earned drink, given how warm it is today. Just to remind you where we are. Middlesex cruising towards their target at the moment of 256. That blue worm is well ahead of the red worm, and we've only seen 2 little dots along the way, and that's why Middlesex are well ahead of the game so far. Cracknell got them off to a flyer, 78 of 61, played really well without taking much risk. De Carey's went early, LBW decision that maybe was a bit 50-50. And then Robson has continued where Cracknell left off. Great partnership between the two of them of 144. And Robson is still there eyeing up a 4th century in list A cricket. He scored really quickly as well. 79 off 69 without much risk too. And Geddes has started nicely. He's on 19 off 17. You'd think from here it's a miracle for Sussex really. They need wickets. Probably need to get the field up a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for the Sharks at Lord's. 72 from 25 for Middlesex. Get up and running. They'd have felt through many points in the game against Somerset at Radlett, as though they could well have been on the way there. A ground that's been a fortress for them. A little unfortunate with the decision, which felt quite costly at the end of the day. But today, not much going right for the Sharks, and not much that Middlesex have done wrong, to be fair. You can see those bowling performances. 3 wickets for Cornwall. Roland Jones gave it an incredible start, didn't he? 2 for 35, and those 8 were bowled straight through at the start of the innings. And Feldman on his list A debut with a couple of wickets. And a great run out as well.
Yeah, you felt like Sussex just found different ways to get out, didn't they? A few of them caught in the deep. There was that run out, could have been another run out or 2. By the way, keep letting us know where you're watching around the world. As I said, we've had Philippines, we've had southwest of France, we've had Czech Republic, all over the place. A couple in America. Give us a shout wherever you are. Let us know what you're doing. Any questions you want answered.
One thing I take away from that wagon wheel, Floydie, just to go back quickly to something you said earlier, it has felt like they've bowled both sides of the wickets today, hasn't it? Really asked Middlesex to hit down the ground to find the runs, especially when that ball was moving early.
Yeah, early on there was a lot of clip off the pad deliveries, weren't there, particularly for Sam Robson, which is probably his favourite shot. And Middlesex just got ahead of the game really early, and once you do that with a middling target, it's very hard to pull them back. Then you've got to get wickets, because they're ahead of the game, the opposition. They can just milk you and push it around, which is what Middlesex have done. And they've showed that there's nothing wrong with this pitch. Batted brilliantly on it.
Well, halfway stage, and Middlesex 184 for 2. They've barely taken many risks. Just put bad balls away, and good surface. Sun's out. And it's a strong top order, isn't it? A couple of very promising young openers. Robson well established at 3, and the skipper in his first season at 4. But, you know, you'd have looked at this and said, well, double your score at 30, where would they have got to? They'd have been batting first, innit?
Still got long on out here. Like, Geddes has really just come to the crease. I do think it's worth having him up. You know, you need to get wickets, put the pressure on the batter, get them to take risks. Don't think it really serves a purpose to have long on back for Geddes anyway. I mean, having said that, I'll probably just plop one straight down his throat, but you've got deep mid wicket. Do you need a long on too? I'm not too sure. Now we could be on for the first maiden of the innings. Kevin, this is exciting. He gets a dot ball, Mr. Carson. Ah.
Well, they do so often say the drinks break brings a wicket, so well done, Ben Geddes. Clear and steady head. Still 71 to win. We did say there's a 50 there for Geddes if he gets his head down in this one, Robson. With a century to be had as well. Lovely flowing drive. Between extra cover and mid-off.
Pace off again from Lamb, but this was a long half volley. And then he just waited for that, Geddes. And that's a glorious cover drive, isn't it? You said the word flowing. It was a lovely flow of the bat there. He's a good player to watch, Geddes, when he gets going. He really is. Ian Harris has commented on YouTube. Jed and Daisy watching and listening in the Wild West. And he means West 3, West Acton. Pretty well, actually. I drive through West Acton every time I go to Skye. Hello to you guys, Jed, Daisy, and Ian. This is also a good opportunity here for Middlesex, and they should be thinking about this now because this game's almost won. It's about net run rate, really. Get there as quickly as you can without throwing it away and losing too many wickets. That's what these two should be thinking about. Don't need to do anything different, really. Just carry on as they are, and they will get there with plenty of time to spare. But it is likely that teams will be tied on points up near the top of the table. So if you can get a big win, it makes a big difference.
That's where Cracknell will be kicking himself with what was, in the scheme of his innings, a soft dismissal, wasn't it? To deep mid-wicket, rather gave away a century. As you say, for these two now, they don't need to change much of what they're doing. Just keep doing what they're doing, but just don't lose that concentration. See it over the line, see it home. From Middlesex's perspective, they'll hope in good time. 191 for 2 off 27, just 65 to win.
Well, that's all they need to do, really. They just got 6 off that over without much fuss. Put the bad ball away. A couple of singles. 6 and over from here. They'll get there very quickly in just over 10 overs. You know, if you win in under 40 overs, that's a significant boost to your net run rate. You'll take that. They might want to go even quicker. You know, if they get closer, they can then go up a gear. Probably get there even quicker than that. But 6 and over from here, not the worst at all. Robson hasn't had much strike, has he, of late? His run rate's gone down a bit, but you know, he's used his experience and just taken the ones on offer. Hasn't had a boundary for a while, I don't think. But that's okay, you know, that happens. You have periods like that in your innings. He's still got 80 off. What's he got? 80 off 71. Last hit a boundary in the 18th over, Sam Robson. We're going to have some seam again. Henry Crocombe back into the attack. Expensive first 3 overs from the other end, from the pavilion. He was 3 overs for 26. Switches to the nursery. Mex14 says, tuned in from the real home of Middlesex Cricket, Uxbridge. Yeah, of course, Middlesex used to play at Uxbridge, didn't they? Back in the day, one of the outgrounds. I played there a few times, played club cricket there. Great place to bat. Remember we mentioned this, didn't we, during the 4-dayer at Merchant Taylor's, you and I, Kev, were talking about outgrounds, and Uxbridge used to be flat, and the boundary not the biggest either, and would run away on the outfield. I'm sure that they used to love batting there in the days of yore, the Middlesex batters. That's happened twice in a row now. So Robson just got a bit tucked up, sort of almost playing that too straight a bat rather than playing with a cross-batted pull. Kind of got caught between two minds, I think. Good start by Crocombe for dot balls.
Gattingway and Brearley close at Uxbridge, isn't it? Nearly as nicely named as the ends. It's the Walker Ground in Southgate, the Adelaide end, and the Waterfall Road end. Still to find that Waterfall, though. Well, it's got nothing in the Cromwell Road end and the sea end, of course. Favourite away trip? Week down in Sussex. Maybe next year for Middlesex.
And he's banging it in short, trying to hit the hip, but this time just too far down the leg side. Reza says, wish Middlesex was still playing at the Walker Ground in Southgate. You can see why. It's a beautiful located ground with that spire next to it. Very quaint.
Oh, it's pulled hard, bisecting the two out in the deep. 4 more.
A really controlled pull, wasn't it? And swivel. Rolled the wrists on it too. Went in the air a bit. Very nice from Geddes. He looks in good touch, doesn't he? Just helped that around. You can see from that angle, used the pace really nicely. So it was looking like it being a good over, but once again, bowler lets himself down with the 4 ball. Yeah, at the Walker Ground in Southgate, I think the pitch used to be quite good, but I think over time it deteriorated for whatever reason. Wasn't really up to the standards of first-class cricket anymore. Played a club game there once, and I remember it wasn't very good even for club cricket. It was a few years later, so that's a bit of a shame, really.
Ouch. Ooh, not happy.
He took a few layers off his skin there. Watch out, guys. Don't get too close, yeah? None of that bat pad nonsense that we saw before.
Just a single, but Geddes into the 30s, Robson in the 80s. 58 to win, so certainly a milestone for each of them. To give himself room there, Robson. Just the leg by to end the over. Is the 200 up for Middlesex, though. 200 for 2. Quite the applause for the 200. Well, promotion is very much on Middlesex's mind. They'd love a bit of silverware in the One Day Cup, but there's already some silverware in the house for Middlesex. Middlesex women collecting the Blast League 2 trophy, which you can see there. Absolutely brilliant performance on finals day a couple of weeks ago, with 2 emphatic victories in the semi-final over Leicestershire and Yorkshire. 10-wicket victories in both, beating Tier 1 bound Yorkshire. It was quite the performance, I can tell you. It was a stunning display that Saturday at Wantage Road. Lucky to be there for that one, Freddie, because Middlesex, much like any of the other 3 teams, weren't given much chance against Yorkshire. England internationals, Tier 1 status, even though they're playing in Tier 2. Leicester got off to a pretty good start against Middlesex in that semi-final, but a 10-wicket win. Giving them a fair bit of confidence, and then they went and did the same against Yorkshire in the final.
And Yorkshire seemed to be a Tier 1 side as well, so real statement by the Middlesex side. Shame that they can't be a Tier 1 side until, what, 2029 at least, is it? Because they're clearly at the moment, in terms of ability, clearly good enough. They're just going to have to bide their time and, you know, keep that standard high up until that opportunity comes again and they can get into Tier 1. But the signs are good.
Yeah, it's exactly the word that I used on the day. It's a statement win for Middlesex. It really was. Team full at the moment of not full-time professionals, only train on a Wednesday. To do it the way they did against a team that included internationals and well, pretty much is professional status, albeit at the moment in Tier 2, but heading off to Tier 1 next. And then they went and did the same in the Metro Bank One Day Cup at Headingley the following week. Another 10-wicket win against Yorkshire. Forgive me, it was a 7-run win, that one. 10 wickets in the final and 10 wickets in the semi-final against Leicestershire, but the Metro Bank not quite as emphatic as that. Nonetheless, to head up to Yorkshire and do it again a week later was incredible. 7 runs it was.
That's well bowled in the end. Slow ball bounce it. It was very slow, wasn't it? As Geddes intimated there, he had the wherewithal to pull out the shot. Crocombe's last ball went for 4 previous over. Can he close this one out?
Yes, he can. Geddes gone for 30. Top of middle and off. The skipper won't believe it as he takes himself off. Middlesex are nearly there, but Crocombe with a bit of cheer for the Sharks before the day's done.
Well, this feels like it's come from nowhere, really. His ball's seamed away. He's played down the wrong line too. Geddes didn't move his feet. Did not see that really. Might have seemed away a touch, not a huge amount, but just gone down the hill perhaps. That was enough for Geddes. Could he have got forward? Not too sure. The ball hit quite high up on the stump. Nice cameo from the skipper. 30 off 33. He's virtually got his side over the line. Still a bit of work to do. And that might slow Middlesex down a little bit because Geddes was the main contributor in that partnership. Robson has just geared down a little bit, hasn't had too much strike. His strike rate is down to 100 now. Still good, but he was striking quite a bit higher than that earlier in his innings. So another opportunity for Sussex just to put a bit of pressure on. Jack Davies comes to the crease, who batted really well at Radlett against Somerset. Right at the back end of the innings, as Middlesex were trying to set a target. 64 of 56 he made. Another opportunity for him for a cameo. A nice red inker for him for his average. Get Middlesex over the line. Heard Mark Butcher saying this on commentary yesterday when watching the 100, the Oval Invincibles men's game, and he said, watching Will Jack's bat, who was brilliant, got out just before they won, and Butch was making the point that, you know, it's great to do that, but it's even more satisfying when you're there at the end and just to be shaking the hand of the opposition after you've won, even if you come in towards the end and just get 10 not out. It's always nice to be there at the end and just say, well played. we'll see you next time.
Yeah, it'll be a disappointment for sure for Geddes. That chance to get a 50 under his belt. But I think, you know, again, going back to Wednesday and looking at this performance today, Middlesex top order at the moment. Holman's in next, Fernandez, then Roland Jones in at 8, Brooks 9, Cornwall 10, Feldman the 11 in this match. Feels like there's a lot of strength in depth for Middlesex in this side at the moment. A lot in reserve. Certainly it's a real powerhouse up the top, isn't it? Robson, the experienced man at 3, but the skipper at 4. Ooh, pulls just fine at that mid-wicket. It's a 4 for Robson. First in a while, he's on to 87.
First boundary since the 18th over for Sam Robson. Felt like he was waiting for that. A drag down. Wasn't too short, but short enough. Just got it over mid-wicket. That'll get him going again, hopefully. Oh, I think he's maybe under-edged that onto the keeper's leg. I think Robson will think now that Geddes is gone. I've got a new batter that might just try and take control a bit more now. Less than 50 needed now. And the main focus here will be how quickly can Robson get to his 100, and then if he does, will he then shift gears again? It would be good if Middlesex could knock this off in, let's say, 7 or 8 overs. Under 40 overs, that'll be great for the old net run rate. Didn't take too much of a hit against Somerset in that game. Somerset knocked off their target in 47.3, so they'll have a positive net run rate if they win this in under 40 overs, that's for sure. Right, where are they? They're not too close. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You guys stay there. Don't get too close. Otherwise, we'll have to call for some helmets for them.
Oh, up in the air. Has he got it? He has. What a catch that is. Goodness me, Lamb has plucked that from thin air. Full stretch on the dive. He had one chance at it, and that was all he needed. And he gets the big wicket as well of Robson.
Well, this is an unbelievable grab. Have a look at this. High on the bat, moves to his right really quickly, full stretch, one hand. He could only go one hand, and that's gone right in the middle. He's just had a good stint bowling at the other end, and he's got the energy still to make up that ground. I mean, it was all about how quickly he got off the mark, wasn't it? And then just a hand-eye coordination, big grin on his face, and that's probably been the moment of the day for Sussex. And Sam Robson has to go after a really good innings of 89 of just 88 balls. He's put his side in total command of this chase, but he'll be a bit disappointed He had an opportunity for a fourth list A 100 there. He's just fallen short. Maybe with Geddes going out, he thought, right, I'm going to have to pick up the slack here a little bit. He was done by the bounce and the extra pace, really. It was high up on the bat. And actually, Crocom's on a hat-trick now, because he got a wicket with the final ball of his previous over. So Luke Holman's going to have to face up to a hat-trick delivery.
It's not particularly been Luke Holman's day, has it? He got a boot to the head inadvertently from Feldman when they were sliding on the rope to stop a ball together. He showed his frustration with a couple of sixes that got away from his bowling. He's clearly desperate to get in amongst those Sussex wickets. Didn't happen. And now, John Simpson, he's right in the game, isn't he? Sussex skipper. The word for Crocombe, set in that field particularly. A slip in place, just the one. Deep square, long leg. Deep thirds, and there you go, there goes the second slip. Cover comes up.
I was about to say, it wasn't the most attacking field for a hat-trick ball, but just got a bit more attacking with that second slip. What's he going to bowl here? What do you think at home? Are you going to try and go for the magic ball, a Yorker? Are you going to bang one in short? Or just old-fashioned line and length?
Oh.
You've got to make him play, haven't you, at least, on that hat-trick ball.
Do you think they definitely remembered that it was? The second slip stays in. I wonder, are they going for this field anyway? For Holman, with the position of the match, they know they need wickets.
I'm sure Crocombe reminded the skipper that it was. Bowlers don't forget. I like the second slip in anyway. Look, they need wickets. It's the only way they're going to win the game.
That's the ball. He needed to bowl the ball before. But a few more of those will do along the way for Sussex. There you go. All of a sudden the ball's doing something again. Holman just makes the signal.
Look, you never know in cricket. Look at what happened in the test match at the Oval, when it looked absolutely flat, when Harry Brook and Joe Root were smashing it to all parts, and suddenly, with a really old ball, lights on, suddenly it looked a different game. It looked impossible to bat. Just to clarify, I don't think that's going to happen today, because we haven't got lights on or anything like that. We've got a glorious sunny day and we've got a white ball, but wickets do funny things to batters' mindsets. They get one more here, and they might start to believe.
Yeah, Fernandez in next. And Roland Jones at 8. Brooks, Cornwell and Feldman thereafter. 2 and 3 faced apiece. Cricket has a funny way of finding a little bit of drama, doesn't it? But this would be as dramatic a collapse as you could imagine if Middlesex were to throw this one away in front of a good crowd at Lord's. We were mentioning good crowds earlier, weren't we, in that 10,000 for Roland Jones, who won it, of course, here with a hat-trick, didn't he, in 2016, the championship. That was a crossing over, but he can be forgiven for the fact that he did forget it that day because of everything else that was going on. It was the championship, it was the title, and most of us here that day didn't realise, and it was only the next day that it was pointed out here and there that it was actually a hat-trick that won it. Right, side bottom. Bowled by Roland Jones. Simpson, of course, was the man behind the stumps that day for Middlesex. Hobson was in the side as well. Roland Jones, so 3 out there today from 2016. Of course, Tim Mercer on the balcony as well. Poor old Mercer, the worst thing. For once in all the years I've known him, I finally had some sympathy for Mercer. He had to leave the celebrations on the field to go and get a flight to go and play for Ireland against South Africa. That was the agreement. He could play in that game, but he had to leave immediately after the game. Pretty brutal on him. He was a little shell-shocked that he was having to leave the field that day.
Well, at least he got to play. That was the main thing, wasn't it? And be part of it. I'm sure they had another celebration with him when he came back.
One big celebration, isn't it?
Oh, left-hander for Carson to bowl at. First time he's bowled at a left-hander. And he switched ends to the pavilion, so actually the slope should help his turn now. We saw him give it a rip from the other end.
Just the single. You feel like it might be one of those finishes now, just in singles for Middlesex. 46 runs. Remove any risk whatsoever. Yes, no in the end. Both Crettenell and Robson were out going for big shots, weren't they? Like so many of the Sussex innings. On a day, of course, it has felt like there's runs to be had all around the park. Put the shots away. It's probably the solution now for Middlesex. Do it in singles. Simpson may have to bring the field up a little more if you continue to, although that point really is protecting a very short boundary. Deep square, partly catching out there as well, deep square. Oh, now, for a moment I thought he was going to either edge that through to slip or clip it to backward point. Look, he plays a little uppercut there. 211 for 4 after 33. 45 from 102 to win. What it has meant, a couple of wickets, is that those who've packed in today, and they have, 4,500 we're told, they're going to be rewarded with a pretty decent List A game here, which will go at least into power play 3, the early stages of power play 3.
Yeah, it's been a good crowd. That's a good number considering you've got the 100 going on at this time. 100 matches on today. You've got the Community Shield football. Crystal Palace have just beaten Liverpool on penalties, I'm hearing, in the Community Shield. There's other football going on too, so quite a lot of competition out there, but the Middlesex fans still turning out in their numbers to support their team. Last one-day cup game here at Lord's. I feel like Crocom's bowled better line and length, hasn't he, to the left-handers. It just seems to have clicked better for him. The few balls he's bowled. He's bowled a good channel. He was a bit short to the right-handers. It's the first time really that Sussex have just built up a bit of pressure with a few dot balls, taking some wickets, and then been able to keep the new batters in check. But it's come a bit too late, you feel. Only 45 to win.
And that's pulled away hard. Oh, wow. Right up. You can see where everybody is. That's where they're all hiding, in the shade up there. Back of the stand.
Yeah, just slightly short again, Crocombe. We've seen him get pulled a few times. Davies with really quick hands. He's another one of these Middlesex batters. He's an exceptional puller of the ball. And he's really added some power to his game, hasn't he, in the last few months.
Oh, now, where's that? Gone at gully. That is a stunning catch. Absolute screamer. And Davies falls for 8. Well, we said put the shots away. He put a 6 away, but falls the next ball. Crocombe has another. It shouldn't be tight, but it is cricket.
You never know. Just a glimmer of hope for Sussex, and it's off the back of 2 really good catches. That one went quick. Quite high as well. Really good grab in the end. Crocombe's got another. He's got 3 now. Still got Nathan Fernandez to come. He's a proper batter. But then after that, you got Toby Rowland-Jones and then the bowlers. So Middlesex won't want to lose another quick wicket here, and just need Fernandez and Holman to just get a grip of the situation, just put on a 20 or so here, and just take the belief away from Sussex, because while it's still 39 in the 30s and they pick up another, I feel they've got a chance, but they've just got to quell that now, Middlesex, and make sure that Sussex know that they've been defeated, because they haven't been yet.
I wouldn't say they're 1 away from trouble just yet, but they're 1 away from having to manage the situation. Holman an all-rounder. Fernandez opening bat for Middlesex in the Championship. But then Rowland-Jones, a bowler who bats, and then Brooks, Cornwall and young Feldman. So yeah, 1 more, and then you're kind of in that, not last chance saloon, but you are managing the situation, a situation which didn't appear or feel ever to be in peril. But just a little bit of pressure. Only 7 balls faced for Holman. He's on 2. Fernandez fresh to the crease. Not with a great deal of cricket under his belt this year, or at the back end of last season either.
And they were 201 for 2, remember, so 16 for 3. Mini collapse in the last few overs. Fernandez was probably just sitting up there a few minutes ago with his feet up, thinking, well, I probably won't have to go out there today, and if I do, it'll just be for 5 runs or so. Well, it's a bit more than that, so he's got to get his head screwed on. 3 slips in now, I like it. Sussex attacking.
That's a lovely ball as well from Crocombe, isn't it? Right on the spot, which is where Sussex were not at the start of this innings. 217 for 5, and they do need to be careful now, Middlesex. Between Cracknell, Geddes and Robson, they'd have felt they were very nearly there. And with each wicket, it was a rueful walk-off not to be there at the end, wasn't it? But now, with Davies departing, the departure of either one of these now, or certainly both, would be something to seriously think about. Yeah, they're not 1 away from trouble, but they're 2 away from trouble, particularly if it were both of these. 96 balls to play with, 5 wickets, just 39 to win.
Well, cricket's all about momentum, isn't it? And it's amazing what a wicket can do, or a couple of wickets can do, for a fielding side who are under the pump. Suddenly there's a bit more chatter in the field and a bit more energy in the bowling.
That was short. Gave Holman the chance. His first boundary, a little bit of relief for Middlesex.
Yeah, it wasn't that short though, was it? It was a really good shot from Holman. Just rocked back early, picked his spot, just went square enough to beat the boundary rider. And actually it's an important boundary, isn't it, just to get a bit of momentum back for Middlesex.
Lovely ball.
Really good from Carson. Probably the first time that he's really landed it exactly where he wanted. Perfect length. Holman neither forward nor back. Little bit of grip.
Well, it was a late show with the bat for Sussex from Carson. He's got 2.1 overs. Could he have a late show with the ball to cause a few problems for Middlesex here? Dot ball to finish the over. 2-2-1 for 5. 35 bowled, so 15 to go. Plenty of time. It's just that wickets column.
You can just sense there's a bit more intensity out there now. Look, just a little bit more of a tense feeling in the air. And from Middlesex point of view, it just feels a bit unnecessary. Feels like this game should have been done and dusted as a contest by now, but it's still not quite put away. But on the plus side, with these attacking fields, there should be some spaces out there for the likes of Fernandez and Holman to target. 3 slips in for Fernandez, so that means there's less people out on the boundary. There's only 2 out on the boundary at the moment. Deep third and a deep backward square leg.
Red inker at the end of the Middlesex first innings the other day, Fernandez. Chance for him just to get some time in the middle again here, and he's quite a cool and composed customer. That's what Middlesex need right now.
Just hammering away in that channel at the moment. Crocombe 5 dots to start this over. Fernandez very keen to get on that front foot. Started the season opening the batting in the county championship side. Hasn't had the best of seasons with the bat. Dropped out of the team, but he's a proper batter. Maiden over from Henry Crocombe, first of the innings in the 36th over. Is it too little, too late?
Yeah, I'd forgot, of course, that Fernandez was in for the start this year. Didn't have the best of times against Bailey in particular of Lancashire here in the opening round. Got him in both innings. Looked a little bit shell-shocked by that start to the season, those couple of innings. It was tough going against Bailey in particular. Many have been there though. 2 overs to go from Carson. What can he do? It feels like he may have an opportunity here. 2 left-handers. Can he take a couple of cheap overs at least out of what remains for Middlesex? Just keep the squeeze on.
Well, at the very least, from a Middlesex point of view, they're not going to canter the victory as quickly as they would have hoped. I don't think they're going to win inside 40 overs now. It's just about getting over the line. I'll tell you what, that wasn't too far away, was it? Quite straight there, almost crept under the bat. Just a bit dipped from Carson, got a few revs on that. It's 11 dot balls in a row. That's what they need to do, Sussex. Just try and create a bit of pressure.
There you go. Another. No, they've got one more to go. Scorecard showing as it's a maiden, but I did think they were one ahead there. And it won't be back-to-back maidens. Singles finish. 2-2-2 for 2. 2-2-2 for 5. Well, it wasn't far off being 2-2-2 for 2, but gone slightly awry for Middlesex in the last few overs. There you go. That scoreboard's just catching itself up now and correcting. 34 from 78. Lamb's replacing Crocombe. 3 for 40 for Crocombe from his 8. Lamb 1 for 38 from 8. Back to the knuckle of lamb.
Oh, sounds delicious.
Well, it is a Sunday. Long room? Wonder what they've got on in there today in the committee room.
And now all of a sudden Middlesex just finding it hard to find the gaps, even just to pick up the ones. Down leg side that, but Holman couldn't manoeuvre it into a gap. I'd love to see a stat of how many pace-on balls Danny Lamb bowls compared to pace-off. I think it's definitely predominantly pace-off, of which probably most of them are knuckle balls, and they seem to just dip, don't they, when they get to the batter. Makes it quite awkward. He looks a tricky customer, especially for professional batters who are used to pace on a bit more than that. That's why he offers just a point of difference.
It's only 3 balls now for Holman. He's got a little bit of advice for Fernandez.
Probably saying, look out for the knuckle ball, just basically expect that as the stock ball, and then if he bowls pace on, you can just catch up.
gristily worked by Fernandez.
You usually go the other way with a bowler, wouldn't you? You'd get set for the pace on, then if you get pace off, you react. But if a bowler's bowling so many slower deliveries, you just got to set yourself for that and back yourself to catch up with a quicker ball, which you should be able to do with Lamb. Yeah, see, I'm not sure that the long on needs to be back there. Just an easy single for Holman. They just keep ticking him off.
Rare run down the ground, not many of them today. As you say, you almost look at that and think, have the long up and see if they can make a mistake trying to force down the ground where there hasn't been many runs at all. .225 for 5. We were saying at one point if they could be Sussex 225 for 7 or 225 for 8 by the 48th over, maybe they could launch from there and get themselves up to around 250. Well, 255 for 9 they managed in the end, which again in comparison this should be Middlesex's game, but as you can see by the caution with which Fernandez and Holman are playing it now, they know they're only a wicket away from this pressure cranking up. They're only a couple of wickets away from this becoming quite a tormented finale to the chase. Funny cricket served up tense finishes all the time.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an odd last few overs, hasn't it? The pace and the energy has been sucked out of the game a little bit. Feels like Middlesex are limping over the line a bit. Probably a good time to do another shout out, isn't it? While we're having this slight lull in play. Let us know where you are, where you're watching, what you're doing, what you think of the game. Try and engage a few of you. If you are still watching, I hope you still are. Been a good performance by Middlesex so far, but just want to make sure they finish off emphatically here. Still got to think about net run rate and that sort of thing.
So a change of ends for Crocombe. And these are the two that are asked to tighten it up, and then will the pressure alleviate a little bit for Middlesex. 3 for 41 Crocombe in his 9th, 1 for 41 after 9 for Lamb. It's well bowled.
Yeah, not seen many bounces, have we, all day from either side? Remember a good one from Henry Brooks, which pinned Finn Hudson-Prentice on the shoulder. Not too many in this innings. That was a good one. Just bowled at the right time.
Yes, is the call.
Just have a look around the ground, see what else is going on in this tournament today. this group. Looks like Somerset have taken down Durham. Thomas Rue, 84 not out. Chase down 256. Another one. So that's a couple of wins for Somerset. Apologies, that was on Friday. That's already happened. What about today? Kent against Durham today. Durham about to win that. Need 2 runs. 3 wickets down, chasing the target of 239. Emilio Gay, 117 not out. So that will be a second win out of 3 for Durham. Kent, on the other hand, would have lost both of their opening games.
Nice shot. And a brilliant stop. Ibrahim getting around there, holds them to a single.
Yeah, fielding actually has improved, hasn't it, of Sussex in the last few overs. A couple of really good catches to keep them in the game. Ibrahim put his body on the line there. Good game right now in Taunton between Lancashire and Somerset. Lancashire need 11 more runs, only 3 wickets in hand, and 3 and a bit overs to go. So that could get tense if there's 1 more wicket there. Somerset, of course, have already beaten Middlesex. Lancashire, another one of these sides who are missing quite a lot of players to the 100, but they've still got some good players in their 11. Marcus Harris captaining, Josh Bohannon, George Balderson, Tom Bailey. Middlesex yet to play Lancashire. And the other game in Group B looks like Warwickshire will probably beat Northants. Northants 201 for 8 with 10.3 overs to go, chasing 292, so they need another 91, 2 wickets in hand. Just dealing in ones at the moment, these two. Just slowly chipping away, knocking off these runs required.
It's like the old days of list day cricket, isn't it? Your fair brother would be watching on, nodding now, wouldn't he? A little nudge and nurdle here and there.
Could be 2 for the Pishard coming back. I think I preferred the first 25 overs, to be honest with you. Even though I am a bit of a purist, pretty much enjoyed it when they were just dispatching all the bad balls to the boundary, scoring at a rate of knots. Cracknell and Robson, different game now. 2-3-2 for 5 off 40, 24 more needed for Middlesex to get their first win of the season. I don't want to keep saying it, Kevin, but it'll also be my 4th win out of 4 this season for Middlesex.
So that's why they got the red velvet cheesecake out for you today, Floydie. They wanted to make sure you keep coming back.
Oh, that was good. That was very good, I must say. Right, Jimbo Bear saying I'm in North Mims watching with Dad in the garden. That sounds nice. I think there's a cricket club up in North Mims Cricket Club, if I'm not mistaken.
A little loose from Carson on his return, but just a single.
Jamie Lexton, hello. Hi, watching from Cyprus. The temperature is currently 30 degrees. And it's 7:45. 7:45 in the evening. 30 degrees. He said he's been hooked on the cricket all day. Hal Stewart's piped up. I'm watching in Cyprus too. I live here. Couple in Cyprus at least watching. Hello, guys.
Where are you retiring to, Floydie?
Cyprus wouldn't be a bad option, would it? Like lovely Cyprus, especially around Limassol, around there. Good shout. I'll have to have a think about that. Maybe Rio. Watching the stream on Ipanema Beach, that'd be quite good, wouldn't it?
I'll probably still be going there, won't I?
Yeah.
Get a proper job real day, one day.
Matt Dawson says he just got back from Cyprus, but he's now watching from a less warm but still sunny Bedfordshire, not too far. Ian Bell's in Bushy. I walk my tame pet wolf Merlin around the rugby and cricket grounds. Excuse me? You having us on, Ian? Tame pet wolf? Is this like a sort of wolfy type dog, or is it a genuine wolf? We need to get to the bottom of this.
Always fancied owning a husky. Great looking things, aren't they? But boy, oh boy, they must be high maintenance. .22 from 54, 5 wickets standing. It should be straightforward after that little wobble. 33 balls for Holman and 17 for Fernandez, I think, is the key at the moment. As long as they stay there, then they'll just steer this, but the key is stay there.
I've not seen Finn Hudson-Prentice since, I think, the 6th over of the innings. 3 overs for 28 early on. Got the ball to swing quite a lot. Away from the right-hander into the left-hander, but he couldn't really control it. It's a little bit both sides of the wicket. Got hit for a few boundaries. So he's back now. You'd have thought he might have bowled a few more than just 3 overs so far in the innings. One of the more senior bowlers.
Oh, serves up with straight away. And a welcome boundary for Middlesex.
Welcome back, Finn Hudson-Prentice. Smashed through cover. Over pitching again. He did that a few times in his first 3 overs. He offered up a few drives. And I think that's what Middlesex needed, really, just to really put this to bed. It's under 20 runs now. Another boundary. Head should go down. That should be it, really, you'd think.
Those wickets had to keep coming for Sussex, really.
Rare leave. Not seen too many of them this innings.
Almost a little bit of swagger about the leave from Holman there, wasn't there? It's always when he looks at his best in the middle with the bat in hand when he's got a bit of swagger about him.
Ollie West says, if you retire to Rio, I'm sure Carioca Cricket Club is always looking for umpires, and they regularly host the South American Cricket Championships. Karaoke Cricket Club, I tell you what, I like a bit of that. I have to check that out online.
Famous one in Colombia as well. Can't remember the name of them, but there's I think a pretty famous cricket club in Colombia.
I'm actually playing a cricket match. I think it's Monday week, charity game at Wormsley. It's the Final Word podcast against Zero Ducks Given podcast. And I think on the team sheet, they're going to come through for one here. On the team sheet, I believe it's the Brazilian women's cricket captain. I think she's playing. So I'll be interested to meet her and talk to her about the game over there. Maybe I'll ask her about Karaoke Cricket Club.
She played here for the MCC against Hong Kong Cricket Club a couple of weeks ago. Was quite the star name in that match. Oh, that was whipped from a straight line, but Middlesex just getting back in their groove here. 240 for 5. 8 to go, just 16 to win.
He plays well off his hip, doesn't he, Nathan Fernandez? Like a lot of left-handers. Good at clipping the ball. They've done okay here, these two. Just slowly inch their way towards the target. Maybe could have been a bit more aggressive, but I think initially it was just to make sure that they get over the line. Maybe now they can think about trying to get the job done in a couple of overs. Because at one point it was looking like they'd chase this in sub 40 overs. So they do it in 45, 46 instead. They'll be a bit disappointed, I think. They will think they could have got over the line quicker. They won't get the net run rate boost that they would have been hoping for. Crocombe's got one more over. He's going to have 2 slips in. See if he can use that slope to induce an edge around the wicket.
It's the hips again. Single for Fernandez. That's all he needs to do here at the moment, as you say, chance back in the side after that early look early this season. Just to show a little bit of composure in the middle, that's what Middlesex want to see from him. Which similarly they're seeing from Holman once more. Maiden first class ton for him this year, elevated to 4, then elevated to 3 in the order in the championship.
That's a good delivery, isn't it? Perfect line. Maybe just went down the hill slightly. It's been a strange last few overs, hasn't it? Because the game feels like it's had a sense of inevitability to it, because Middlesex probably haven't lost enough wickets to be in real danger, but just haven't been able to put Sussex to bed or score quickly.
That's drilled wide of mid-off. Ball's coming out of the bad, little sweeter now for Holman and Middlesex.
Second drive through the covers from Max Holman in successive overs. He hasn't had too much to hit, but he's pounced on those 2 half volleys, and it's getting closer and closer now.
single. Wonder if Fernandez fancies unfurling a drive, or whether he's just happy to walk off with another red inker after Wednesday against Somerset.
Ian has responded. He said Merlin is a wolf dog, identical in looks and size to a wild wolf due to having genuine wolf DNA. But I tell everybody he's a wolf. Crocombe's done. Good comeback by him. 3 for 48 in the end. Look at the bowlers so far, you'd have to say, for Sussex. It'd be quite scary though, wouldn't it, if you saw a man walking around with what looks like a wolf. I imagine it's quite big. Especially when the owner tells you it's a wolf. It's not really what you want to hear, is it? Good day to be on the ground staff, isn't it, today? Get in the sun, sit on the roller. Quite dusty out there, isn't it? Pitches look quite dry today. But it's played well. Played really nicely. Or tight. Had to get the dive out. Holman called him early, Fernandez. But I think this was very tight. Had we seen a direct hit from Clark? Let's have a look. Does Fernandez get home? Big dive. I think he just got in because of the dive. He's just struggled to hit the gaps, hasn't he, Nathan Fernandez? Again there, just had a half volley on leg stump. You thought great opportunity to clip it past a very straight mid-wicket to the boundary, but he just picked him out. Luke Holman's having to do a lot of the heavy lifting in this partnership.
Oh. He may well have hit the gap there had he not have hit the boot of Hudson Prentice. Actually, he's just keen to soak up some time in the middle, isn't he? You lose that place in the side.
Oh, that's right, you know. You want to make sure you're there at the end, no matter what. He's batting like a player like that, really. That mentality. Hasn't played for a while. Doesn't want to get out. Just hasn't quite been able to find the gaps and push the ball around, find the singles like Holman has done.
Has the feel as though it's a little audition to get back in the side for the championship for Fernandez here. The game's won. It's Middlesex. It's been Middlesex's to lose almost since power play 1. And on the back of the red inker against Somerset, just seeing that innings through to the close. When similarly they had to be careful not to fall in a heap at the end of Middlesex, even though they were light. Ben Geddes says they didn't bowl particularly well either. But yeah, another innings racking up the deliveries here and some time out in the middle. And it was under pressure for sure when he walked out.
You see there, he's clearly a very stylish player, Nathan Fernandez. He's got a good technique. But he's an opening batter, isn't he? He's used to being an opening, a top order batter. So he's not quite used to manoeuvring the ball around, hitting the gaps like Holman is, who's used to batting in the middle order. It is a different skill, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's a joy to watch when he's in full flow, as is the man on the right, Luke Holman. Both coming through the ranks at Middlesex and impressing greatly with bat and with ball. First broke into the side in T20s as a left-arm spinner, Fernandez, but making his way as a batter. Rarely gets a look with the ball. Speaking of spin, none for 35 from 5, Lenham last throw of the dice. From John Simpson and Sussex.
I don't think it's going to bounce very much with Lenham. Got to watch that. He's quite low arm action.
Nice dragged, but safely enough. A single to long on.
Another chat from Holman. He's very concerned about Fernandez, isn't he? Wants to give him advice at any given opportunity.
Oh, and there you go. It's an edge. It may well run away. Chase is on and it'll be pulled up. They've got a couple. Holman's looking for the third. They settle on 2.
Oh, was that a googly or was that a leggy that just didn't turn? Fernandez played it as if he thought it was the googly. Closed the face, tried to play it through the leg side.
Looking quite as assured here against the wrist spinner. Single again. Fernandez into double figures.
Well, I think the difference between the two sides has been the power plays in both innings, really. With the bat, Middlesex came out firing. Got well ahead of the rate. Well, a little bit of turn for Lennon, but it's going to be another single. 4 to win. You can certainly say that with the bat, those first 15, 20 overs, I mean, Middlesex had 160 after 20 overs. That was game done and dusted, really. Just before Joe Cracknell got out, at that point you thought that they would cruise to victory a lot quicker than they have done. But also, don't forget what they did with the ball as well. So Middlesex got a couple of wickets early on, Haynes and Ibrahim, but they also kept a real lid on things. So when the third wicket went down for 66 of Tom Clark, that was already the 17th over. So the run rate was under 4. Never really recovered from that, Sussex. They lost wickets at regular intervals, and it meant that they couldn't really be aggressive until right at the end of the innings with Carson, and that set the tone. So Middlesex have kind of won it in the power plays.
And that goes for a single. Yeah, I agree 100% with that. Power plays so decisive, and Cracknell into Carey's with Robson at 3. I think it gives a good balance to this side. It gives that option at the top for Middlesex to throw a little more caution to the wind, perhaps, than if Robson himself was opening.
Just 2 more, almost there. Just 1 blow for Middlesex. Can they do it in this over? Luke Holman's worked hard. He's 28 not out of 45. And it will be a good win this for Middlesex. They've stumbled over the line a little bit, but it's important they got that first win early on. Great to do it in front of a big crowd at Lord's as well. Do think they've got a good chance this year of finishing in the top 3 and having a go at getting to the final. Might be a slightly tougher group, but Middlesex maybe not hit as hard as some teams in terms of 100 participation.
Yeah, I think what we've seen today as well, Holman didn't have his best day with the ball, is what he'll tell us, but he's perhaps a little too critical on himself. Oh, speaking of which, might be Holman's day to win it. Over mid on it goes, and that'll be the couple to win it for Middlesex. 256 for 5, a 5-wicket win for Middlesex. It was harder work than it should have been in the end, but the two younger heads proving the cool ones for Middlesex to see this over the line. 31 balls faced for Fernandez, 48 for Holman. And the pair embrace. I think it was quite that pressured. Holman's 30, seeing them there. Fernandez with 11, supporting well and showing, well, pretty much what you were saying there, Floydie, strength in depth.
Yeah, Middlesex did the hard work early on, and then once they'd done that, you felt it was only a matter of time. Overall, a very professional performance today. Really good with the ball to restrict Sussex to just 255, which we felt at the time was under par, and it certainly proved to be under par. Quite a long way under par, you'd say. And a lot of that was down to the way that Middlesex bowled early on, particularly the likes of Toby Rowland-Jones and James Feldman, who at 18 years old made his debut today, and he was probably the pick of the bowlers. 2 for 36 off 9 overs. Great job for his side. He's a name we should keep our eyes on. Young fast bowler. And then Joe Cracknell and Sam Robson just went out and did untold damage to Sussex in the first 20 overs, and once that happened, it really was a formality. Yep, they could have probably been a bit more emphatic and got over the line a bit quicker, but a win's a win. Important to get that first one on the board. I think that will give Middlesex a lot of confidence going up to Durham on Wednesday. Got Durham away, then Warwickshire away. 2 tough away games. If they can win at least one of those, they'll be in a decent shape. But this is what's happened today. 255 for 9. Sussex, Jack Carson with 73 in the final overs, coming in at number 8. Getting them up to that score. Finn Hudson-Prentice with a 58 earlier in the piece as well. Feldman, Rowland-Jones economical with wickets. Cornwell picked up some wickets at the end of the innings too. And then it's the top 2 names in terms of the batting you need to look at. Robson and Cracknell. Look at those scoring rates. Cracknell 78 off 61. Robson 89 off 88. They got Middlesex off to an absolute flyer. And as a result, they win by 5 wickets and get their first win of this One Day Cup season.
Yep, it was an emphatic one, as you say, a little bit more comfortable than perhaps that scoreboard suggests in the end. So good luck to Sussex. They are next in action. Well, not until Friday when they take on Lancashire at Hove. The next Sunday it's off to Northamptonshire before the visits of Somerset and Yorkshire respectively. So a busy schedule coming up for both sides, as Floydie mentioned. It's Durham and Warwickshire away this week. The stream for Middlesex will be back next Sunday at Radlett. Yorkshire, the visitors. Then 2 days after that, the Spitfires fly up to Radlett as Kent will take on Middlesex. Do join us for those if you can. Thanks very much to Matt Kabir Floyd for his company today. From myself, Kevin Hand, the rest of the team here on the stream from the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. Middlesex wrap this one up by 5 wickets, and it's a very good night to you all.